Hey guys, tonight we glide through a cracked oak doorway just as it slams behind you, the iron latch rattling like a nervous heartbeat. A torch gutters overhead, spitting resin-scented sparks that sketch wild shadows across slick stone. Wet footprints shimmer on the floor, leading you deeper into the belly of a 14th century bathhouse where steam curls like secret parchment. You're mid-breath, mid-step, mid-chaos, and every sense is already humming. If this history helps you relax, go ahead and like and subscribe. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Drop your city and local time in the comments too. I love seeing the map of night owls light up. Now hush, shoulders loose, eyelids heavy. Let the past open like warm water around your ankles. You pause beneath a vaulted ceiling draped with mist, listening to a low percussion of splashes, whispers, and the occasional squeak that, yes, probably came from a rat with impeccable spa attendance. Your guide, an aging bath attendant with a beard braided strictly for lint-catching duty, presses a rough linen towel into your hands. "Be quick," he mutters. "The heat won't hold." You step forward, and the air thickens, perfumed by rosemary sprigs tossed into the furnace and the equally assertive musk of 20 unwashed strangers. Forget scented candles. This is medieval aromatherapy, and the signature note is boiled humanity. Bathhouses in booming cities like Paris, Florence, and London are social hubs tonight. Part business lounge, part Tinder swipe, part dermatological experiment gone rogue. One chronicler calls them stews, a nickname that feels less culinary metaphor and more accurate product label. The water ahead shimmers a cloudy amber, tinted by mineral salts, fireplace soot, and whatever drifted off the last patron's skin. You inhale the humidity. It tastes like hot pennies and rosemary. Yet for courtesans, this is where reputations are minted. A good plunge can rinse away yesterday's gossip and marinate new intrigue in equal measure. A girl in her late teens glides past, balance perfect on the slick tiles, hair bundled under a linen coif that's doing the bare minimum. She flicks water from her wrist with practiced grace. Stage 1 of the seduction choreography she's rehearsed since apprenticeship. Medieval courtesans don't just learn witty repartee and dance, they master the art of the near clean. After all, appearance trumps essence, and nothing sells fresh, like beads of sweat mistaken for dewy skin. You follow her to a co-ed tub carved from oak planks bound by iron. Flames roar beneath a copper cauldron at one end, and attendants ladle the scalding brew into the wood bath to keep temperatures flirting with lobster pot settings. Mainstream fact check. City records show that public bathhouses, sometimes 50 or more in a single district, were licensed, taxed, and inspected, at least theoretically, for water temperature and moral conduct. Of course, enforcement was about as reliable as a wet cat in a pottery shop. You lower yourself onto a slippery bench beside the courtesan, and instantly your pores scream open. She offers a coy smile, drawing a fingertip through the steam as if sketching invisible constellations. That fingertip, by the way, is stained crimson, not from nail polish but from crushed cochineal beetles she applied earlier for a fashionable flush. Historians still argue whether such exotic pigments reached northern Europe this early or whether local berries did the job. Either way, the effect is striking and only mildly carcinogenic. Nearby, a pair of merchants haggle over wool prices while a monk in partial habit scrubs his tonsure with sheep tallow soap. The soap foams reluctantly, more grease than lather. It leaves a film so tenacious you could probably waterproof a longship with it. The courtesan leans close and murmurs, "Better than nothing," though her smirk suggests the jury's out. Quirky tidbit incoming. Some bathhouses offered aromatized goose-fat hair masks, slick, flammable, and rumored to attract suitors with noses of discriminating courage. Picture a candlelit soiree where every flirtation doubles as a fire hazard. The attendant ladles another scoop of boiling water over the rim, and waves of heat roll through the room like applause. Your companion chuckles. "That sting means the spirits are leaving the body," she says. You're tempted to reply that most of the sting is your epidermis negotiating a union strike, but you opt for a sleepy grin. In medieval belief, pores were gateways for both healthful and corrupting vapors. Sweat equaled exorcism, which makes this bathhouse the low-budget sequel to The Exorcist, minus pea soup vomit. Though give the water another hour, and who knows. She pulls out a small cloth pouch, her personal hygiene kit. Inside, a pumice stone, a blunt bronze razor, and a pinch of powdered iris root that doubles as perfume. She rubs the powder along her neck. You catch a fleeting floral note before the steam bulldozes it. Smelling nice is a 10-minute achievement at best, an olfactory Snapchat. But illusions matter. For a courtesan, selling the moment outranks safeguarding long-term freshness. Joke Interlude 1. You realize medieval foreplay is basically a group sauna where everyone pretends the fog is mysterious instead of suspicious. At least modern dating apps let you ignore bad smells through a protective screen, unless someone invents smellogram, in which case delete your account immediately. The girl dips her razor into the water, then drags it down her calf beneath the surface. Public shaving, medieval edition. Smooth skin signals youth and desirability, but razors rarely see a honing stone, so each stroke is a gamble between glamour and tetanus. She winces only once, then discreetly rinses a bead of blood into the communal stew. You mentally note, add that to your list of fluids I didn't need to share today, right under half-dissolved beard crumbs. Joke Interlude 2. Somewhere, a health code inspector from the future just woke up screaming and doesn't know why. You lean back, let your head rest against the wooden rim, and study the bathhouse architecture. Vaulted arches funnel steam upward toward an oculus where moonlight filters through, silvering droplets that drift like lazy fireflies. It's almost beautiful until a drip lands square on your lip, definitively not holy water. You discreetly wipe it, channeling your inner noble. Maintain composure, pretend everything tastes like rosewater. Move on. The courtesan asks if you'd like a rub-down with scented ash, apparently the DIY exfoliant of choice. You agree, mostly because saying no feels rude when she's wielding ash that smells faintly like pine. She scoops a handful and massages it across your shoulders. The texture is sandy, the scent oddly comforting. She whispers that high-end bathhouses charge extra for ash filtered through silk. This one uses whatever swept from the hearth. Luxury is a sliding scale, and you're currently on the playground slide. Mainstream fact drop. Municipal edicts in places like Lübeck required bathhouses to change the water at least once a week. Considering the tub's head count, that means you're effectively bronzing in 6 days of civic compliance. Think of it as a broth of personal stories, ambitions, fears, skin cells large enough to have voting rights if democracy were a thing. Joke Interlude 3. If soup of the day ever includes foot stock, you now know where the chef sourced it. The courtesan's voice softens. I'll leave soon. Patrons prefer us perfumed, not pickled. She tilts her head, sending a trickle of water down the curve of her neck. You catch her glance toward a curtained alcove where an attendant refills a bucket with fresh water. Fresh meaning diverted from the chilly Seine before dawn, then warmed over a sooty fire. She stands, water cascading from her linen shift, and motions for you to follow. You rise, knees cracking like medieval castanets, and step onto the floorboards which creak under your damp weight. The girl wraps herself in a faded wool cloak. Another attendant offers you a towel that might once have been white. Today it's the color of questionable decisions. You pat your face, feeling grit that laughs at the very concept of cleanliness. The courtesan leans in, conspiratorial. Later, she whispers, I'll dab myself with civet musk. Cats absolutely detest it, but noblemen swear it's irresistible. Historians still argue whether civet trade surged because of genuine aromatic love, or because everyone was nose blind from living in perpetual funk. Either way, civet cats weren't consulted. You watch her depart under a swinging lantern, feet leaving faint, wet crescents. The bathhouse door thuds shut behind her, sealing in the stew, the negotiations, the small rebellion scrubbed onto skin. As you exhale, steam blooms in front of your face, then fades into the wider haze, like gossip dissipating into night, soon to recondense somewhere else. You wrap the towel tighter, the heat already cooling. Outside, street air will bite with the tang of smoke and refuse. Yet for a few heartbeats, you float between worlds, half-boiled, half-reborn, clutching the knowledge that cleanliness here is a mirage, but a mirage that powers fortunes, scandals, and entire love songs. Remember this feeling when, later, you meet the perfume-masked courtesans and those lead-laden cosmetics that promise an otherworldly glow. Glow being the polite term for toxic luminescence. But that's a tale for the next bath, the next blink, the next cozy drift downstream. Let the torches fade, the steam settle, and your breathing slow. The door may open again, or perhaps it won't. Either way, you're already floating on the warm current of history, lulled by the gentle splash of distant centuries. You step out of the bathhouse and the night air hits like a cold ladle, shearing the steam from your skin in one sharp gasp. Moon-washed cobbles glisten, and every puddle seems to carry a thin film of the same communal broth you just vacated. You wrap the towel-turned cloak tighter, but already a new worry prickles. You smell exactly like what you just soaked in, stewed humanity garnished with rosemary ash. Courtesans, however, have rehearsed this olfactory crisis for years. They understand that cleanliness is negotiable, but aroma is brand identity, so you follow the lingering trail of perfume that coils through the alley like a velvet ribbon. A wooden sign shaped like an upturned nose creaks overhead. Inside, lantern light glows amber against rows of glass vials, each one harboring a liquid universe. The shopkeeper, clad in a doublet that has definitely met fewer baths than bargains, greets you with a nod and an enthusiastic sniff. "Fresh from the stews, are we? Let's fix that." He gestures toward a narrow counter inlaid with mother of pearl, already sprinkled with dried rose petals and hopeful dust motes. You're in the perfumer's den, the unsung workplace behind every courtesan's first impression. Here, soap is a footnote, scent is salvation. He uncorks a bottle, waves it beneath your nose in a wave of civet, equal parts jungle and armpit, pounces before blooming into something perversely sweet. Mainstream fact drop. Civet glands from African palm civet cats were a prime ingredient in medieval perfumery, imported through Venetian traders and worth more than some farmsteads. One scribbler compared its raw odor to a stable at midsummer, but diluted, it clung to skin for days, even through rain, horse sweat, or questionable decisions. Your guide from the bathhouse slides in behind you, cheeks flushed. She nods appreciatively at the selection, then taps a vial containing syrup-thick ambergris. Quirky tidbit incoming. That grayish wax bobbed through months of salty digestion inside a sperm whale before washing ashore like Poseidon's lost hairball, yet here it earns more coin per ounce than the bishop's gold chalice. The perfumer scrapes a graze of it, less than a fingernail, into a mortar, adds rose oil, and begins grinding. The pestle's rhythm feels almost hypnotic, an invitation to drift. You ask, bravely, if people ever simply washed instead. He chuckles as though you've suggested flying carpets are a cost-effective commute. "Water fades," he says. "Fragrance lingers." His point is practical. Soap was expensive, mostly animal fat mixed with lye, and left a clinging film. Perfumes masked, negotiated, even seduced. Remember that bath attendant's half-hearted lather? This is the upgrade package. Behind him, racks of pomanders, hollow metal spheres perforated like miniature moons, dangle from silk cords. Historians still argue whether these fragrant orbs were worn primarily to fend off miasma-borne plague or just to keep hallways bearable when ventilation was basically open a loophole and pray for wind. Either motive, they're status symbols. A courtesan's pomander broadcasts that she's lucrative enough to smell like a rose, or at least not like a stable at midsummer. Your companion selects a pomander etched with lilies, matching the tattoo peeking above her collarbone, perhaps a brand of her madam's establishment. The perfumer packs it with cloves, cinnamon, and a drizzle of musk resin. He then presents a small, cork-stoppered bottle labeled simply Evening Bloom. This, he claims, is the house specialty, a marriage of iris, lavender, and, he lowers his voice, just a sigh of goat tallow, because fat carries scent the way parchment carries ink. You raise an eyebrow. He winks. "Trust me, you'll thank the goat later." Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a goat just updated its resume. Professional fragrance carrier, experience with high-end clientele. Your courtesan friend dabs the perfume behind her ears, inner wrists, and, with conspiratorial grin, along the hem of her chemise. The medieval version of installing scented air fresheners in strategic car vents. She then hands you the vial. The scent is seductive yet oddly familiar, like childhood memories of a herb garden that decided to take fencing lessons. You apply a modest dab. Instantly, rosemary sweat stew is demoted to background noise. The perfumer reaches for a bundle of dried juniper branches bound by red thread. He wafts the smoldering tips around you both, a ritual smoke bath believed to ward off bad airs. Mainstream fact number 2. Public health ordinances in cities like Venice mandated the burning of aromatic woods during outbreaks, convinced that pleasant smells repelled disease. Did it work? Probably not, but it did sell a lot of juniper. Outside, the street is awakening to its night market pulse. Fiddle music, spice vendors, and laughter that tilts somewhere between merriment and desperation. Yet everyone gives your duo a subconscious sidestep. You no longer smell like bathhouse pottage, but like possibility. The courtesan inhales with satisfied nod. Better, she murmurs. Now soap can wait a fortnight. Joke interlude 2. You briefly imagine medieval procrastination lists. Fix roof, pay taxes, bathe, maybe next Lent. She leads you toward a boarding house where other courtesans primp for the evening. Through an open shutter, you glimpse them brushing gowns with dried lavender and sprinkling hair with orris root powder. Make do dry shampoo. One woman upends a small bag of powdered sugar over her scalp, patting it in until her curls resemble a pastry. Quirky yet practical. Sugar absorbs oil and discourages lice migration, though it also invites the occasional ant reconnaissance squad. Inside the common room, the air is thick with competing notes. Lemon verbena battling patchouli, rose courting myrrh, and a persistent undercurrent of human. A cat sprawls on the hearth, nose twitching disdainfully, clearly not a civet fan. You watch as your bathhouse companion mixes a quick body splash, wine, crushed mint, and a scrap of linen functioning as disposable wipe. Notably, she only freshens exposed skin. Anything hidden by fabric is considered the Middle Ages version of out of sight, out of nose. Joke interlude 3. If medieval fashion had a motto, it might be layers, because your sins, secrets, and smells all need somewhere to hide. A senior courtesan named Margot sweeps in, gown shimmering with tiny glass beads. She critiques scents with imperial precision, adjusting the tilt of pomanders, sniffing wrists, and issuing verdicts like a court sommelier. She pauses at you, eyes narrowing playfully. Exquisite hint of goat, she says, very provincial chic. You're unsure whether to thank her, but she waves you toward the window. Breathe the night, she instructs. Let the aroma set. While you obey, she details tonight's client roster and payment tiers. Scent tiers, really. Basic fragrance earns basic coin. Rare imports like saffron or oud grant higher negotiation power. Mainstream fact 3. Guild records from 14th century Florence note. Perfumed gloves as luxury gifts exchanged between courtesans and patrons, sometimes costing more than a month's rent on a city apartment. Gloves infused with ambergris could retain scent through weeks of wear, outlasting even the glove stitching. As Margot talks, she crushes fresh basil leaves between her palms, releasing verdant oils she pats along her throat. Layers, she explains, top note arrests, middle note persuades, base note lingers. Historians still argue whether medieval fragrance theory consciously mirrored modern perfumery's top-middle base structure, or if practitioners simply stumbled into it by trial and scented error. Either way, the courtesans intuit what later chemists will chart. Scent is time travel in microdoses. You glance at the hearth where a copper pot simmers over the low coals. Inside floats a sachet of herbs. Thyme, sage, and, rumor says, ground unicorn horn, really powdered narwhal tusk shipped from the north and marked up 5-fold. It's destined for rinse water that will sponge gowns before they meet patrons. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some manuals advise adding ground oyster shells for sparkling freshness, though nobody addresses the gritty aftermath. The door opens. A messenger delivers a scroll sealed with green wax. Tonight's summons to a minor noble's banquet. Margot reads, nods, then turns to you. We ride at moon's zenith, she states. No time for full baths, but plenty for final flourish. She retrieves a fan woven of silk and peacock feathers, spritzes it with rosewater, and flicks it through the air, showering everyone in a scented mist. The droplets catch lamplight like crystal mid-fall, then vanish onto skin and fabric. In a corner, a new recruit fumbles with a cork. The bottle slips, shatters, and floods the floor with sharp pine essence. Margot sighs, but then laughs softly. Flora could use it, she concedes. They scatter rushes over the spill, instant potpourri underfoot. You inhale. Beneath the pine, faint bathhouse stew still lingers on your ankles, a reminder that perfume is veneer, not transformation. A bell tolls outside. Curfew warning. The house erupts in practiced bustle, cloaks fastened, pomanders clipped, hair nets adjusted. Before departure, each courtesan pinches a fragment of frankincense resin and holds it over a taper till it softens, then rubs the warm glob onto pulse points. The smoke and resin mix, creates a sweet, smoky aura that announces sophistication with a hint of holy day incense. Some call it saintly sin. Shepherd crook lanterns illuminate the street as your party steps outside. Horse hooves clop, lanterns sway, and the air is a tapestry of cold river fog and clashing perfumes. You mount a small cart padded with wool. Fabric rustles, bracelets jingle softly. Jokes flit, low, dry humor to keep nerves settled. Overhead, stars flick like sparks from an unseen forge. As the cart starts, your courtesan friend leans over, whispering, "Remember that civet musk? By dawn, it'll mellow into something of legend, or of livestock, depending on your body heat." She laughs, tired but radiant. The cart rattles on, wheels carving rhythm into cobbles. Your eyelids drift, the mixed scents cradle you like uneven lullabies. Floral high notes, animalic bass, and the faint ghost of bathhouse steam still knotted in your hair. You realize with drowsy clarity that medieval hygiene isn't a binary of clean or dirty. It's theater. Soap is backstage crew, forgotten in the wings, while perfume stars under limelight. Fortunes, seductions, alliances, each transaction begins at the nose. The cart turns a corner, and torches lining the noble's gate flare in greeting. Perfume plumes forward like scouts announcing your arrival. Somewhere beyond, music waits, and with it, more secrets, more smells. Lead-laced powders, sugar-dusted wigs, and maybe even that goat-accented signature, now weaving itself into memory. You inhale one last time before the gates open, storing the aroma deep. Whatever comes tonight, you will remember it by scent first, story second. The noble's gate creaks open like a giant's jewelry box, revealing a courtyard lit by torches that dance in iron brackets. You step down from the cart, boots meeting flagstones slick with evening dew, and immediately your nose registers the upgrade. No more street stew perfume competition, just the confident bouquet of wealth. Beeswax candles, imported spices, and the kind of architectural cleanliness that comes from having servants whose job descriptions include make everything not smell like peasants. Your courtesan companions adjust their cloaks, each one a walking advertisement for olfactory ambition, but as you approach the manor's main doors, a different kind of performance anxiety ripples through the group. "Smile check," whispers Margot, and suddenly every courtesan in your party bares her teeth like a horse at auction. What you see makes your own molars ache in sympathy, a spectrum of dental disasters that would send modern orthodontists into early retirement. Blackened stumps, gaps wide enough to park a small cart, and the occasional tooth that gleams an unnatural white. Not from cleanliness, but from lead-based powders that promise cosmetic miracles while delivering toxic side effects with the reliability of a Swiss timepiece. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval dental care was essentially a contact sport between your mouth and whatever sharp object seemed promising that morning. Barber surgeons doubled as dentists, wielding pliers designed for horseshoes and anesthesia that consisted mainly of bite this leather strap and pray to your preferred saint. The wealthy could afford sugar, which rotted teeth faster than a political promise, while the poor gnawed on coarse bread that ground enamel like a flour mill processing optimism. Your bathhouse friend runs her tongue over her front teeth, 3 originals, 2 gaps, and 1 replacement carved from walrus ivory that clicks when she laughs. "Fashion," she explains with a grin that's equal parts seductive and terrifying. She produces a small bronze mirror, polished to a shine that flatters like candlelight through fog, and begins her pre-client ritual. From a leather pouch, she extracts what looks like charcoal dust, but smells like crushed roses, mixed with something decidedly medicinal. "Tooth powder," she announces, dipping a frayed willow twig into the mixture. The twig functions as humanity's earliest toothbrush, though brush implies a gentleness that this implement abandoned somewhere around the Crusades. She scrubs with the enthusiasm of someone sanding furniture, and when she spits, the result resembles liquid obsidian with floral notes. Quirky tidbit alert: affluent courtesans sometimes mix their tooth powder with ground pearls, believing the calcium would strengthen enamel, which it didn't, while the pearl dust created a temporary glitter effect that lasted exactly as long as their first sip of wine. Joke interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval dentist just invented the world's first excuse for why patients shouldn't smile during treatment. It's not pain, it's mystery. Margot approaches with her own dental arsenal, a silver toothpick, actual silver because status, a vial of mint-infused wine for rinsing, and what appears to be a small hammer. "Loose tooth," she explains, tapping a molar that wiggles like a child's first wobbler. Better to remove it now than have it fall out mid-conversation. She positions the hammer, takes aim, and, crack, adds another gap to her collection. Blood wells, she spits crimson into a kerchief, then immediately packs the socket with crushed cloves to numb the pain and mask the metallic taste. The younger courtesans watch this performance with admiration rather than horror. In their world, dental maintenance is public theater, and missing teeth are proof of dental bravery rather than hygiene failure. One girl, barely 16, with a smile like a broken piano, confides that she's saving coins to have her remaining teeth wrapped in gold wire, a procedure that promises to prevent further decay while creating the kind of metallic smile that catches torchlight like treasure. Inside the manor, servants glide past carrying trays of honeyed figs and spiced wine. The courtesans immediately begin their scent-masking strategies, holding perfumed handkerchiefs near their faces, breathing through silk scarves, and positioning themselves downwind of the food. Not because they're squeamish about eating, but because chewing reveals the full acoustic horror of their dental situations. Every bite becomes a percussion performance, clicks, grinds, and the occasional whistle through a gap. Historians still argue whether medieval courtesans genuinely believed blackened teeth were attractive or simply made the best of unavoidable decay, but contemporary poems describe the raven-dark pearls and obsidian treasures nestled in courtesans' smiles. Either medieval beauty standards were remarkably flexible, or poets were getting paid by the metaphor rather than the truth. A portly merchant approaches your group, wine goblet in hand, clearly shopping for evening companionship. Margot greets him with a close-lipped smile, the courtesan's default expression, while maneuvering to keep conversations brief and laughter controlled. When she does laugh, it's a delicate trill that barely parts her lips, like a bird trapped in a music box. The merchant, wine-brave and wallet-heavy, requests a broader smile. She obliges for exactly 2 seconds, a flash of black and gold catastrophe that would make a Halloween decoration seem optimistic. Joke Interlude 2. The merchant's expression suggests he just discovered that medieval romance poetry might have been written by people with very poor eyesight. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the sugar smile, a technique where she places a small cube of sugar between her lips and teeth, creating the illusion of white enamel while slowly dissolving sweetness onto her tongue. It's temporary cosmetic dentistry with built-in refreshment, though the sugar accelerates tooth decay faster than a blacksmith's bellows feeds fire. She offers you a cube. You decline politely, partly from modern dental anxiety, mostly because her sugar supply looks like it's been stored next to someone's unwashed socks. Near the hearth, an older courtesan named Isabel holds court, literally. She's entertaining a minor duke who seems fascinated by her dental modifications. Her front teeth have been filed into points, vampire style, a fashion she claims increases her aristocratic mystique. The duke nods appreciatively, though his own teeth resemble a cemetery after an earthquake, so perhaps he's not the harshest critic. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval dental fashion involved deliberately loosening healthy teeth to create gaps, believing that spacing made remaining teeth appear larger and more prominent. The procedure involved tying silk threads around teeth and gradually tightening them over weeks, essentially performing orthodontics in reverse while risking infection, nerve damage, and the kind of pain that makes childbirth seem like a relaxing massage. The evening's entertainment begins. A lute player whose own smile reveals the occupational hazard of wind musicians, teeth worn down from decades of embouchure pressure. As music fills the hall, the courtesans position themselves strategically, backs to walls, faces in shadow, smiles reserved for moments when candlelight might flatter. They've mastered the art of seductive conversation without the dental revelation, speaking in low murmurs that suggest intimacy while avoiding consonants that require visible tongue-to-tooth contact. A servant offers sweet pastries dusted with cinnamon and honey. The courtesans accept gracefully, then face the medieval dining dilemma: how to eat sticky, chewy food without revealing the full horror show happening behind their lips. They develop techniques: tiny bites, strategic chewing with back teeth only, frequent wine rinses that wash away evidence while adding alcohol courage to their performances. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval courtesans had business cards, they might read, "Professional companion, specializing in mysterious smiles and creative chewing." As the evening progresses, you notice the subtle strategies each courtesan employs to manage her dental situation. Some breathe through perfumed silk, Others position themselves near smoking braziers where scented wood masks other aromas, and a few have mastered the art of speaking while barely moving their lips. Ventriloquism born from dental shame rather than entertainment ambition. Remember that lead-based tooth powder from earlier? Its effects become apparent as the night wears on. Gums that bleed at the slightest provocation, teeth that feel loose as autumn leaves, and a metallic taste that competes with wine and honey for palate dominance. Yet the courtesans persist, because in their world, the show must go on, even if the show is slowly poisoning the performers. The merchant from earlier approaches again, this time offering coins for a smile that tells stories. Margot considers, calculates, then delivers what might be the world's first paid dental exhibition, a full teeth reveal that encompasses decades of sugar abuse, lead poisoning, and the kind of creative decay that would inspire Gothic architecture. The merchant pays gladly. Apparently, authenticity has its own market value. Near midnight, as conversations grow wine loose and candles burn lower, the courtesans' dental disguises begin slipping. Laughter escapes unguarded, revealing glimpses of the medieval mouth in all its glory. Yet somehow, in the flickering light and generous shadows, even dental disasters take on an otherworldly beauty, like ruins that suggest ancient grandeur rather than current collapse. Your courtesan friend leans close, wine brave enough for honest conversation. Tomorrow, she whispers, the barber surgeon will pull another tooth, but tonight I'm still beautiful enough to eat cake. She demonstrates by taking a deliberately large bite of honey cake, chewing with theatrical enjoyment despite the obvious discomfort. It's courage disguised as appetite, and somehow more moving than any perfect smile could be. As the evening winds toward its close, you realize that medieval dental care, or lack thereof, is another layer of the hygiene theater. Like bathhouse performances and perfume applications, dental management is about creating temporary illusions while living with permanent consequences. The courtesans smile through decay because their livelihoods depend on maintaining beauty standards that their lifestyle systematically destroys. The manor's great clock chimes, echoing through stone corridors like the ghost of better times. One by one, the courtesans begin their departures, each one carefully controlling her final smile, grateful for dim lighting and generous wine that softens harsh realities into romantic shadows. You follow the courtesans back through the manor's corridors, their silk slippers whispering against marble that reflects torchlight like scattered coins. But as you pass a gilt mirror positioned to flatter departing guests, something catches your eye, or rather, something catches theirs. Each woman pauses to check her reflection, and you witness the ritualistic horror of medieval head maintenance, fingers raking through hair that moves like a living thing, not from vitality, but from the tiny passengers that call it home. Margot reaches up to adjust her coif, and in the candlelight you see them, dark specks that scurry across her scalp like pepper come to life. Lice. Not the occasional stray that modern shampoo advertisements promise to banish, but entire civilizations that have established trade routes between follicles and built governments based on scalp sovereignty. She scratches absent-mindedly, the way you might adjust a bracelet, completely unbothered by the fact that her hair is hosting what amounts to a medieval rave. Shared comb? Offers your bathhouse companion, producing from her sleeve an ivory implement that's seen more heads than a royal coronation. The teeth are worn smooth from use, stained brown from, well, you prefer not to speculate. Mainstream fact check. Combs were luxury items, often carved from bone, horn, or precious wood, and sharing them was considered a gesture of intimacy and trust, like lending someone your toothbrush, if toothbrushes came with built-in ecosystem transfer programs. You watch, morbidly fascinated, as she draws the comb through her hair in long, practiced strokes. With each pass, the lice redistribute themselves like dancers changing partners at a ball, some clinging to the comb's teeth, others diving deeper into the hair jungle, a few bold pioneers making exploratory leaps toward neighboring heads. The process creates a soft scratching sound, almost musical, like rain on parchment. Quirky tidbit incoming. Wealthy courtesans sometimes employed louse ladies, servants whose job was to sit patiently while Madame rested her head in their lap for professional delousing sessions. These women developed legendary patience and eagle eyesight, plucking parasites with tweezers made from sharpened quills. They were paid by the hour and, according to some accounts, by the louse, turning pest control into piecework. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval career counselor is explaining that professional louse hunter offers excellent job security and unlimited overtime opportunities. The younger courtesan demonstrates her own technique. She parts her hair into sections, then methodically searches each strand like a librarian cataloging manuscripts. When she finds a particularly large specimen, a louse that's clearly been dining well on premium scalp blood, she holds it up to the candlelight with something approaching pride. "Look at the size of this one," she marvels. "He's practically nobility." She places the louse on her fingernail and presses down with her thumb, producing a tiny pop that releases a droplet of what was recently her blood. The execution is performed with the casual efficiency of someone cracking nuts, and immediately she returns to her search for the next victim. It's grooming as warfare, a never-ending campaign against an enemy that reproduces faster than rabbits and shows considerably less respect for personal boundaries. Historians still argue whether medieval people genuinely accepted lice as unavoidable companions, or if they simply lacked effective alternatives to coexistence. Contemporary letters mention crawling companions and hair guests, with the resigned affection usually reserved for annoying relatives who never leave. Either way, the relationship was more symbiotic than parasitic in social terms. Everyone had them, so no one was ashamed. Near the manor's entrance, a brass basin filled with rose-scented water sits on a marble pedestal, the medieval equivalent of a hand sanitizing station. Each courtesan dips her fingers, ostensibly to freshen up, but you notice they also use the water to dampen their hair at the temples and behind the ears. The moisture creates a temporary lice highway, encouraging the parasites to migrate toward the dampness where they can be more easily caught and executed. Margot produces a small silver container from her purse, her portable lice management kit. Inside a narrow-toothed bone comb, a pair of brass tweezers, and what appears to be a tiny magnifying lens made from polished crystal. She explains that the lens helps identify louse eggs, called nits even then, which cling to hair shafts like miniature rice grains and require individual attention for removal. The trick, she confides while demonstrating on a younger girl's hair, is to start at the scalp and work outward. Miss one egg, and you'll have 30 new tenants by next week. Her technique is methodical. Section the hair, inspect each strand against the light, scrape nits loose with a fingernail, then crush them between thumb and forefinger. The process takes nearly an hour per head, turning grooming into a full-time occupation. Joke interlude 2. If medieval courtesans had performance reviews, pest management skills would definitely be a required competency. The courtesans treat this communal delousing session like a social event. They gossip, share client stories, and critique each other's techniques while systematically waging biological warfare. One woman has trained herself to catch lice mid-leap, snatching them from the air with reflexes that would impress a cat. Another has developed the ability to locate lice by touch alone, her fingertips reading scalp topology like a scholar reading Latin. Your courtesan friend reveals her secret weapon, a paste made from crushed pennyroyal leaves mixed with wine. She rubs it into her scalp, claiming it makes the environment less hospitable to lice, while adding an herbal fragrance that masks the inevitable itching scratch symphony. The paste stains her hairline green, but she considers this a small price for reduced pest pressure. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval anti-lice remedies included applications of mercury, sulfur, or even ground pearls mixed with vinegar. These treatments were often more dangerous than the lice themselves, causing chemical burns, hair loss, and in Mercury's case, the kind of neurological damage that made hatters mad centuries before anyone understood why. As dawn approaches, the courtesans prepare for their return journey, but first they engage in one final lice management ritual. They shake out their cloaks, brush their gowns, and perform what can only be described as a full-body parasite inventory. Arms, necks, and any exposed skin receive careful inspection, because lice are opportunistic travelers who consider clothing a convenient highway system between hosts. The ivory comb makes another round, this time focusing on areas where lice tend to establish permanent residence, behind the ears, at the nape of the neck, and along the hairline where fabric meets skin. Each pass of the comb reveals more passengers, creating a growing pile of deceased parasites that resembles nothing so much as medieval biodiversity documentation. Joke interlude 3. If lice had their own historian, tonight's events would be recorded as the Great Scalp Migration of 1347, with heavy casualties but impressive territorial gains. One courtesan demonstrates the lice flip, a technique where she suddenly shakes her head violently, sending lice flying in all directions like tiny, unwilling acrobats. Those that land on clothing are quickly located and eliminated. Those that achieve escape velocity become someone else's problem. It's biological warfare with collateral damage, and everyone accepts it as standard operating procedure. The morning light reveals the true scope of the infestation challenges these women face daily. Hair that appeared lustrous by candlelight shows evidence of constant scratching, reddened scalp, broken strands, and small wounds where fingernails have drawn blood during particularly intense delousing sessions. Yet they style it expertly, braiding and coiling their lice-inhabited locks into elaborate arrangements that would grace any royal court. As they prepare to depart, Margot offers a final piece of wisdom. Never trust a woman whose head doesn't itch. Either she's too poor to afford proper nutrition for her lice, or she's using mercury treatments that will drive her mad by Michaelmas. She scratches her scalp demonstratively, sending a small shower of dandruff and displaced parasites onto her shoulders. The courtesans mount their cart, settling into wool cushions that undoubtedly host their own microscopic ecosystems. As the wheels begin turning over cobblestones, you notice each woman continues her pest management routine. Absent-minded scratching, discreet lice hunting, and the occasional head shake that redistributes passengers like dice in a cup. Your bathhouse companion leans close one final time, voice soft with morning tiredness. By noon, they'll have migrated to new territories, she whispers, referring to the lice with the kind of resigned acceptance usually reserved for taxes or weather. But tonight, we'll hunt again, she demonstrates by catching a louse that's attempted to rappel from her hairline to her shoulder, crushing it with the satisfaction of a successful predator. The cart disappears around a corner, leaving you standing in the manor's courtyard with a new appreciation for the complexities of medieval hygiene management. Remember that shared ivory comb? By now, it's distributed DNA samples from at least 6 different scalps, creating a genetic diversity project that would fascinate modern scientists and horrify modern health inspectors in equal measure. You run your fingers through your own hair, suddenly aware of every sensation. The phantom tickles that might be memory, might be imagination, or might be new tenants establishing residency. The morning breeze carries the faint sound of distant scratching, whether from departing courtesans or awakening city dwellers, beginning their own daily battles against the crawling companions that medieval hygiene made inevitable. The cart rumbles away into dawn's pale light, leaving you standing in the courtyard with phantom itches crawling across your scalp like memories of medieval nightmares. But as morning mist rises from the Seine, a different kind of horror drifts on the breeze, the unmistakable perfume of a city awakening to its daily ritual of waste disposal. You follow the scent like a detective pursuing evidence, stepping carefully around puddles that reflect more than sky, until you reach a narrow window where amber light spills across cobblestones already decorated with the night's contributions to medieval urban planning. Inside, a courtesan sits on what medieval architects euphemistically call a garderobe, though gardening has nothing to do with its function. The chamber pot beneath her painted wooden seat gleams dully in the candlelight, already half full with contributions from previous users. She yawns, adjusts her chemise, and continues her morning constitutional, while simultaneously applying kohl around her eyes with a bronze stylus. Multitasking was invented centuries before the word, apparently, and medieval courtesans elevated it to an art form that modern productivity gurus would find both inspiring and deeply disturbing. Nearly full, she announces to her roommate, who's braiding her lice-inhabited hair with the patience of someone who's learned that rushing only redistributes the passengers. The pot in question is a ceramic masterpiece painted with roses and cherubs, because nothing says quality waste receptacle like decorative angels watching your most private moments. Mainstream fact incoming. Chamber pots were status symbols, with wealthy households owning multiple vessels made from silver, pewter, or imported ceramics, while the poor made do with wooden buckets or simply designated corners. Your courtesan friend from the bathhouse appears in the doorway, carrying an armload of linen that's achieved the kind of beige that comes from extended contact with human reality. She dumps the fabric into a wooden tub, adds water that's marginally cleaner than what's in the chamber pot, and begins the medieval laundry process, which consists mainly of hoping that agitation and optimism can substitute for actual cleaning agents. Quirky tidbit alert. Some courtesans believe that washing undergarments too frequently would weaken the fabric's protective spirits, So they developed rotation systems where clean meant aired out on a windowsill for 3 days, and dirty meant visibly discolored or actively moving. This created wardrobes that functioned like geological strata. You could carbon date a chemise by how many layers down it resided in the clothing pile. The window opens with a creak that sounds like a medieval sound effect, and suddenly you understand why you're here. It's emptying time. The courtesan lifts the chamber pot with practiced efficiency, balancing it against her hip like an extremely unfortunate wine jug, and approaches the window with the casual confidence of someone who's performed this ritual daily since childhood. What happens next would violate approximately 17 modern health codes and probably qualify as biological warfare under current international law. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval city planner is explaining that waste management infrastructure consists of gravity, optimism, and strategically placed gutters. "Guard low," she calls, the traditional warning that translates roughly to "watch out for the water," though everyone knows it's not water, and nobody's actually watching out for anything except the opportunity to duck indoors until the all-clear sounds. The chamber pot tilts, and its contents cascade toward the street below, in an arc that would be graceful if it weren't absolutely horrifying. The splash echoes off cobblestones like applause from an audience you never wanted to perform for. Below, a merchant pushing a cart of fresh bread takes evasive action with the reflexes of someone who's survived decades of urban living. He doesn't even look up. This is just Tuesday morning in medieval Paris, where dodging human waste is a basic life skill taught alongside reading and writing. His bread remains miraculously uncontaminated, though you suspect his definition of fresh has evolved to accommodate local atmospheric conditions. Historians still argue whether the famous "Garde low" warning was legally required or just considered polite, but court records show fines levied against citizens who failed to provide adequate notice before emptying chamber pots. The fines were apparently less about preventing public health disasters and more about giving people enough time to close their shutters and cover their market goods with leather tarps. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the post-emptying ritual. She swirls a small amount of wine around the pot's interior, then dumps that out the window as well, cleans the pot and honors the street, she explains with the kind of logic that makes perfect sense until you think about it for more than 3 seconds. The wine rinse does remove some residue, though it also means the cobblestones below smell like a tavern that's seen better decades. Margot appears carrying her own vessel, a silver chamber pot that gleams like treasure despite its contents. "Quality shows," she announces, demonstrating that even waste disposal can be a status competition. Her pot features a hinged lid that prevents spillage during transport, plus decorative engravings that include her initials and what appears to be a family crest. Either she's nobility slumming as a courtesan, or she's invested more in bathroom accessories than most people spend on housing. Joke Interlude 2. If medieval interior decorators had business cards, they might advertise as specializing in functional luxury, making your waste disposal unforgettable since 1348. The morning emptying ritual continues as more windows open throughout the building. Each courtesan has developed her own technique. Some favor the quick splash and retreat method, others employ more theatrical presentations that suggest they're launching projectiles at invisible enemies. One woman has rigged a pulley system that allows her to lower and raise her chamber pot without leaning out the window. Innovation born from the desire to maintain dignity while participating in civic waste distribution. Street sweepers emerge like dawn patrol, wielding brooms that have seen more action than medieval cavalry. They push the night's accumulations towards central gutters, designed to channel waste toward the river, creating a morning migration that would be fascinating to anthropologists and nauseating to everyone else. The sweepers wear thick-soled boots and move with the resignation of people who've made peace with their lot in life, or at least made peace with what their lot smells like. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval cities employed gong farmers, professional waste collectors who removed accumulated sewage from public latrines in private households. They worked exclusively at night, commanded premium wages due to occupational hazards, and were required by law to live outside city walls to prevent contamination of urban water supplies. Their job title came from gong, an Old English word for privy, making them literally farmers of human waste. The courtesans begin preparing for their daily ablutions, which consist mainly of strategic applications of perfume and hope. They rinse their hands in basins of water that's been heated over the same fires that cook their food. a multitasking approach to fuel conservation that modern efficiency experts would admire and health inspectors would condemn. The hand-washing ritual involves rubbing palms together briefly, then drying on whatever fabric seems least likely to add additional contamination. One courtesan demonstrates the splash and dash technique. She dips her fingertips in the water basin, touches them to her temples and wrists, then immediately applies perfume to mask whatever the water didn't address. It's hygiene as sleight of hand, creating the impression of cleanliness through misdirection and scented smokescreens. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval hygiene had a motto, it might be out of sight, out of mind, out of nose. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. As morning progresses, the street below develops its daily patina of contributions from every household in the district. Shopkeepers emerge to set up market stalls, carefully positioning their goods to avoid the worst accumulations, while accepting that some ambient contamination is simply the cost of doing business. Fresh produce sits inches away from drainage channels, creating a medieval interpretation of farm-to-table dining that includes stops you really don't want to think about. The courtesans complete their morning waste management routines and begin preparing for the day's clients. Chamber pots are pushed under beds or behind curtains, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind, since emptying happens only once daily, and capacity planning becomes a critical skill. Some women own multiple pots for busy days, while others have developed impressive bladder control that would impress modern medical professionals. Your bathhouse companion demonstrates the art of chamber pot selection, showing how different vessels serve different purposes. Small pots for daytime emergencies, large pots for overnight use, and decorative pots for occasions when clients might notice the bathroom accessories. She's developed a rotation system that maximizes efficiency while minimizing the chance that romantic encounters will be interrupted by unseemly odors from poorly positioned waste containers. The morning sun climbs higher, warming the streets and intensifying the aromatic complexity of medieval urban living. What started as discrete contributions from individual households has merged into a collective olfactory experience that permeates everything: clothing, hair, skin, and any unfortunate food items that lack adequate protection. The courtesans accept this as background atmosphere, the same way modern city dwellers accept traffic noise or air pollution. As you prepare to follow them to their next destination, one final window opens above. A chamber pot appears, tilts, and adds its contribution to the morning's collective effort. The splash echoes briefly, then fades into the ambient symphony of awakening medieval Paris. Cartwheels on cobbles, vendors calling their wares, and the gentle background percussion of waste hitting stone that provides the rhythm for urban life. Remember that decorative chamber pot with the cherubs? By evening, those painted angels will have witnessed sights that would make Renaissance artists reconsider their career choices. But for now, they maintain their ceramic smiles, blessing each contribution with the kind of artistic dignity that only medieval craftsmanship could bring to humanity's most basic functions. The morning's waste symphony fades as you follow the courtesans through a narrow passage that connects their lodging house to what might generously be called a cosmetic laboratory, though Alchemical Horror Show captures the atmosphere more accurately. Candles flicker against walls lined with ceramic pots, glass vials, and wooden boxes that emit sounds suggesting their contents are actively plotting escape. Your courtesan friend approaches a marble slab where bowls of powder gleam, white as fresh snow, beautiful as angel dust, and approximately as healthy as consuming liquid mercury, which, coincidentally, is also on today's beauty menu. She dips a horsehair brush into the largest bowl, and immediately the powder clings like eager fog. "Ceruse," she announces with the pride of someone unveiling a masterpiece, though the masterpiece in question is lead oxide mixed with vinegar, creating a paste that promises porcelain perfection while delivering neurological destruction with the reliability of sunrise. Mainstream fact incoming: lead-based cosmetics dominated medieval and Renaissance beauty routines because they created an otherworldly pallor that suggested nobility, divine fervor, and the kind of ethereal beauty that literally glowed, mostly from toxic accumulation in facial tissues. You watch, mesmerized and horrified, as she applies the paste with practiced strokes, transforming her naturally olive complexion into something that would make alabaster statues jealous. The coverage is flawless, erasing blemishes, freckles, and any evidence that blood actually circulates beneath her skin. Within minutes, she looks like a beautiful corpse preparing for a very fashionable funeral, which is more prophetic than anyone in the room realizes. Margot joins the transformation ritual, wielding her own collection of toxic cosmetics with the confidence of someone who's never heard of the periodic table. She demonstrates the layering technique, first the lead white base, then a dusting of what she calls pearl powder, actually crushed oyster shells mixed with more lead, followed by strategic applications of antimony around the eyes to create dramatic contrast. Quirky tidbit alert. Antimony, a metallic element used to darken eyebrows and lashes, was sometimes called coal of the devil, because extended use caused hair loss, skin ulcers, and a distinctive metallic taste that lingered like regret. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval toxicologist just realized that makeup application doubles as a chemistry experiment with volunteer test subjects who pay for the privilege. The younger courtesans gather around like apprentices learning the sacred arts, each one eager to achieve the ghostly pallor that signals high fashion and, unknowingly, slow poisoning. They share brushes, sponges, and application techniques with the generosity of people who don't understand that they're also sharing lead contamination, mercury exposure, and the kind of chemical buildup that makes modern hazmat protocols seem quaint. Your bathhouse companion reveals her secret ingredient, white lead mixed with egg whites to create better adhesion. She whisks the mixture in a silver bowl, creating a foam that resembles meringue but contains enough toxic metal to power a small battery. Stays all day, she promises, applying it with fingertips that absorb lead through skin contact, a delivery method that bypasses the digestive system and heads straight for the nervous system like an express courier delivering very bad news. The application process becomes a communal ritual, with each courtesan helping others achieve maximum coverage in hard-to-reach areas. They paint each other's necks, ears, and décolletage, creating seamless transitions from natural skin to chemical perfection. The room fills with the sweet, vinegary scent of ceruse, mixed with the sharper tang of antimony, and the underlying metallic note that suggests angels weeping into copper pennies. Historians still argue whether medieval women understood the health risks of lead cosmetics or simply prioritized beauty over longevity, but contemporary medical texts describe symptoms that align perfectly with chronic lead poisoning: tremors, abdominal pain, irritability, and premature death. Either medieval physicians were remarkably poor diagnosticians, or vanity truly conquered common sense on a civilizational scale. Margot demonstrates the alabaster enhancement technique. She mixes white lead with crushed pearls, real ones, because her clients pay premium prices for authentic luxury poisoning, and applies it in thin layers, building opacity like an artist creating a fresco. The result is luminous, otherworldly, and completely artificial. Medieval Instagram filtering before cameras were even theoretical possibilities. The lead white faces emerge from their transformation, looking like porcelain dolls, come to life, beautiful in the way that haunted objects are beautiful, perfect, uncanny, and slightly terrifying. They check the reflections in polished metal mirrors, adjusting coverage and adding final touches with the satisfaction of artists completing masterpieces, unaware that they're painting themselves into early graves with every brushstroke. Joke Interlude 2. If medieval cosmetics came with warning labels, they might read, "Caution, prolonged use may result in madness, organ failure, and exceptionally pale corpses." A senior courtesan enters carrying a wooden box filled with additional toxic treasures: mercury for teeth whitening, arsenic for a healthy glow. The irony is lost on everyone. And something called Spanish white, that's essentially lead carbonate with better marketing. She dispenses beauty advice with the authority of someone who's survived decades of chemical exposure through sheer luck and probably divine intervention. Your courtesan friend adds the final touch, a mixture of lead and sulfur applied around her eyes to create dramatic shadows. The combination reacts with her skin's natural oils, creating a subtle shimmer that catches candlelight like trapped starfire. It's gorgeous, ephemeral, and slowly destroying her vision. Medieval beauty standards apparently considered blindness a small price for properly accentuated eyes. The room's atmosphere grows thick with metallic particles suspended in air like glittering dust motes. Every breath delivers measured doses of lead, mercury, and antimony directly to lungs that evolution never designed to process decorative metals. The courtesans work in this toxic cloud with the casual acceptance of people who've never heard of occupational safety, creating beauty through voluntary poisoning. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval recipe books included instructions for testing lead cosmetics by applying them to prisoners or servants first, observing results over several days before allowing noble ladies to use the products. This early form of cosmetic testing revealed that immediate deaths were rare, but long-term health effects were apparently considered acceptable risks for achieving fashionable pallor. As morning light streams through windows, the lead-painted faces take on an ethereal quality that would inspire Renaissance painters and terrify modern dermatologists. The courtesans move carefully to avoid cracking their chemical mass, speaking in measured tones that preserve their artificial perfection while slowly absorbing neurotoxins through every pore. One courtesan demonstrates longevity techniques. She applies a thin layer of egg white over her lead base, creating a protective seal that supposedly preserves the makeup through meals, conversations, and intimate encounters. The egg white dries to a tight film that restricts facial expressions, but prevents the lead from rubbing off onto clothing, clients, or anything else that might later be examined by medieval coroners, wondering why so many people died with mysteriously high metal content in their tissues. Joke Interlude 3. Medieval makeup tutorials would require disclaimers like, individual results may vary, side effects include death, madness, and posthumous toxicology discoveries. The transformation complete, the courtesans prepare to face their public, each one a walking advertisement for the transformative power of cosmetic chemistry and the medieval beauty industry's remarkable ability to make death look fashionable. Their faces glow with artificial luminescence, beautiful as moonlight on marble tombstones, an analogy that will prove more accurate than anyone currently breathing lead-contaminated air could possibly imagine. As they gather their belongings and prepare for the day's appointments, you notice the subtle signs of chronic lead exposure. Slight tremors in their hands, a metallic taste they mask with mint leaves, and occasional moments of confusion that they attribute to wine from the previous evening, rather than cumulative neurotoxic damage from their daily beauty routines. Remember that chamber pot with the decorative cherubs? Those painted angels have probably absorbed less lead than the women who empty it daily, while wearing enough toxic metals to qualify as mining operations. But the courtesans glide toward their destinations with serene confidence, faces glowing like medieval saints. If saints were slowly dying from cosmetic poisoning while maintaining absolutely flawless complexions. The morning sun catches their lead-enhanced skin, creating an otherworldly radiance that suggests divine favor rather than chemical accumulation. They smile carefully to avoid cracking their masks, wave delicately to prevent powder dispersal, and float through medieval Paris like beautiful ghosts who haven't yet realized they're haunting their own lives. The lead-painted courtesans glide through morning streets like beautiful apparitions, their toxic radiance catching sunlight that transforms chemical poisoning into ethereal glow. But as you follow them toward the marketplace, a different kind of horror becomes apparent, one that makes lead cosmetics seem like a minor cosmetic choice compared to the textile disasters unfolding beneath their carefully arranged outer garments. The silk and velvet gowns that catch admiring glances are merely decorative shields concealing an underworld of fabric that's achieved legendary status in the annals of medieval hygiene disasters. Margot pauses beside a fountain where water trickles from a stone lion's mouth, ostensibly to refresh herself but actually to demonstrate the morning ritual of linen management. She lifts her outer skirt with practiced discretion, revealing layers of undergarments that tell the story of medieval laundry philosophy in vivid aromatic detail. The chemise closest to her skin, once white as fresh snow, has achieved a beige patina that suggests it's been witnessing her personal hygiene routine for considerably longer than any fabric should be asked to endure. 3 weeks, she announces with the pride of someone displaying a trophy, running her fingers along the chemise's hem, where brown stains create abstract patterns that would fascinate anthropologists and horrify textiles conservators. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval beliefs about health and cleanliness held that frequently washing undergarments would weaken their protective properties and potentially allow harmful vapors to penetrate the skin, so garments were often worn for weeks or months between cleanings. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the strategic airing technique. She discreetly lifts fabric layers to allow morning breeze to circulate around her torso, creating ventilation that's supposed to refresh the garments without actually subjecting them to the supposedly dangerous process of water contact. The breeze carries away a complex bouquet that includes sweat, perfume, and something that suggests her chemise has been marinating in human essence long enough to develop its own terroir. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval laundresses believed that washing undergarments during certain moon phases would curse the fabric, causing it to shrink, tear, or lose its protective qualities. This led to elaborate scheduling systems where personal linens waited for astronomically appropriate cleaning windows, sometimes extending wear periods to match lunar calendars rather than hygiene necessities. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval fashion consultant is explaining that lived-in look isn't just a style choice, it's a lifestyle commitment with olfactory consequences. The younger courtesans gather around as Margot reveals her rotation system. She owns 3 chemises, worn in sequence for 3 weeks each, then all 3 are cleaned simultaneously during the full moon. Assuming weather permits, no clients object to temporary nudity, and the stars align properly for optimal laundry luck. This creates a 9-week cycle where cleanliness is as rare as solar eclipses and considerably less predictable. A merchant's wife passes nearby, and you notice the courtesans automatically position themselves downwind, not from modesty, but from the practical understanding that their unwashed undergarments create aromatic signatures that can overwhelm even the most generous applications of perfume. Medieval etiquette apparently included unspoken rules about scent-based social positioning that would challenge modern understanding of personal space. Your bathhouse companion lifts her outer skirt to demonstrate the layering system that medieval fashion demands. First the chemise, unwashed for weeks, then a kirtle, unwashed for months, then supportive undergarments, unwashed since purchase, and finally the visible gown, cleaned only when stains become socially unacceptable. Each layer represents a different stage in the textile decay process, creating a stratified archaeological record of hygiene avoidance. Historians still argue whether medieval people genuinely believed unwashed undergarments were healthier, or if they simply rationalized the difficulty and expense of frequent washing, but contemporary medical texts describe the human body as constantly emitting vapors that needed to be absorbed by fabric barriers rather than allowed to escape through clean cloth. The chemise inspection continues as each courtesan reveals her personal laundry philosophy. One woman has developed a spot cleaning technique using wine and breadcrumbs, creating localized clean patches that contrast dramatically with the surrounding textile ecosystem. Another has embraced the natural aging approach, allowing her undergarments to develop what she calls character, though biohazard might be more accurate terminology. Margot demonstrates the medieval equivalent of fabric softener. She rubs her chemise with dried lavender flowers, ostensibly to add fragrance, but actually to mask the complex bouquet that develops when cotton absorbs weeks of human secretions while marinating in its own juices. The lavender creates a momentary floral note that quickly surrenders to the underlying essence of unwashed humanity. Joke Interlude 2. If medieval undergarments could talk, they would probably scream, or possibly file grievances with whatever labor union represents textiles subjected to cruel and unusual wearing conditions. A washerwoman approaches carrying a basket of genuinely clean linens, and the courtesans regard her with the suspicious fascination that people reserve for practitioners of dark magic. Clean fabric appears almost supernatural, in contrast to their carefully cultivated textile disasters. White so bright it seems to glow. Fabric soft enough to suggest it hasn't been fighting a losing battle against human biology for months on end. The washerwoman offers her services, quoting prices that make the courtesans calculate the cost-benefit analysis of cleanliness versus continued fabric decomposition. Professional laundering involves lye soap, hot water, and the kind of aggressive scrubbing that medieval textiles rarely survive intact. Most courtesans conclude that replacement costs exceed cleaning costs, making unwashed undergarments an economically rational choice, with unfortunate aromatic consequences. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval households employed linen maids specifically to manage the complex rotation schedules required for minimal undergarment washing. These servants developed expertise in fabric preservation, stain management, and the delicate art of extending wear periods without crossing the line between attractively lived in and actively decomposing. Your courtesan friend reveals her emergency protocol. When undergarments reach critical aromatic mass, she applies a paste made from crushed mint, vinegar, and breadcrumbs directly to the fabric, creating temporary freshness that lasts approximately as long as it takes to walk from her lodgings to her first client appointment. It's hygiene as performance art, creating the brief illusion of cleanliness through creative chemistry. The morning market comes alive around you, and the contrast becomes stark. fresh bread, clean vegetables, and carefully tended livestock sharing space with people whose undergarments represent months of accumulated human reality. Vendors position their goods strategically, understanding that certain customers require additional atmospheric accommodation to maintain the social fiction that everyone smells like roses and good intentions. Joke Interlude 3. Medieval customer service apparently included the unspoken skill of selling food while breathing through your mouth and maintaining poker faces that would impress professional gamblers. As the sun climbs higher, the warming air intensifies the olfactory complexity of unwashed undergarments, creating what amounts to a walking aromatherapy experiment gone terribly wrong. The courtesans accept this as inevitable. Clothing must fulfill its protective function, even if that function includes creating portable environments that challenge the definition of wearable. One courtesan demonstrates the strategic pinning technique. She uses decorative brooches to gather fabric in ways that minimize surface area contact between her skin and the most deteriorated sections of her chemise. It's medieval fashion engineering designed to optimize the relationship between modesty, comfort, and the reality that washing undergarments more than seasonally was considered both impractical and potentially harmful to health. The marketplace vendors begin their daily dance of accommodation, positioning goods, adjusting displays, and developing the thousand small strategies that allow commerce to function despite the aromatic challenges posed by customers whose personal hygiene philosophy embraces textile decay as a natural and inevitable process. Remember that lead-painted face from earlier? It's starting to interact chemically with the vapors rising from unwashed undergarments, creating a reaction that would fascinate medieval alchemists and terrify modern chemists. The combination of metallic cosmetics and organic textile decomposition produces effects that are visible, aromatic, and probably toxic in ways that won't be understood for several more centuries. As the courtesans prepare to separate and meet their individual appointments, they perform final undergarment adjustments, smoothing fabric that's lost structural integrity, repositioning layers that have shifted during morning activities, and ensuring that outer garments successfully camouflage the textile disasters underneath. It's getting dressed as architectural engineering, building presentable facades over foundations that probably violate multiple laws of physics and certainly challenge conventional understanding of what fabric can endure. The morning breeze carries their collective aromatic signature through the marketplace, like a complex perfume that tells stories of human persistence, medieval hygiene philosophy, and the remarkable ability of cotton and linen to absorb, retain, and slowly release months of accumulated human essence while maintaining enough structural integrity to technically qualify as clothing. The courtesans disperse into the marketplace like beautiful plague carriers, each one trailing her own aromatic signature while seeking the morning's first clients. But before any romantic negotiations can begin, they must undergo what medieval medicine considers essential preventive health care: bloodletting. You follow Margot through a doorway marked by a painted red cross, not the symbol of salvation, but the medieval equivalent of a spa day that involves deliberate blood loss, parasitic therapy, and the kind of medical reasoning that makes modern emergency rooms seem like temples of logic and restraint. Inside, the barber surgeon sharpens his collection of brass razors with the focused intensity of someone preparing for delicate surgery, though delicate proves relative when his primary tool resembles something designed for shaving horses rather than human faces. Steam rises from a copper basin where he's heating his instruments in water that's probably cleaner than anything the courtesans have encountered all week, creating an atmosphere that's part medical facility, part medieval torture chamber, and entirely committed to the therapeutic power of controlled bleeding. Complexion treatments, announces the barber surgeon, gesturing toward a wooden chair where leather restraints hang like party decorations for very specialized parties. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval medical theory held that skin problems resulted from corrupted blood that needed regular draining to maintain health and beauty, making bloodletting a standard cosmetic procedure that combined vanity with what passed for scientific methodology in an era when anatomy was mostly guesswork and hope. Your courtesan friend settles into the chair with the relaxed confidence of someone who's undergone this procedure monthly since adolescence. She extends her arm, revealing skin that's been punctured so frequently it resembles a medieval connect-the-dots puzzle, each small scar representing a previous encounter with therapeutic blood removal. The barber surgeon examines her pulse points with professional interest, apparently reading her circulatory system like a roadmap to better skin. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval beauty treatises recommended specific bloodletting schedules based on lunar phases, astrological signs, and the client's humoral balance, creating personalized bleeding calendars that would make modern wellness influencers seem conservative. Courtesans who could afford it employed personal bloodletting consultants who tracked optimal drainage timing with the dedication of modern fitness trainers. Joke, Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval wellness coach is explaining that feeling drained isn't a side effect. It's the whole point of the treatment plan. The razor glides across her forearm with practiced precision, opening a neat incision that immediately begins weeping crimson droplets into a pewter bowl, positioned to catch the therapeutic spillage. She watches with detached interest as her blood trickles away, chatting casually about evening appointments while undergoing what amounts to voluntary vampirism, with professional medical supervision and significantly better hygiene standards than most medieval medical procedures. Margot requests the full complexion package, which involves multiple small cuts across her arms, neck, and behind her ears, areas where bloodletting supposedly improves skin tone while remaining hidden beneath clothing and hairstyles. The barber surgeon obliges with artistic flair, creating a series of precise incisions that drain corrupted blood while preserving her ability to appear unmarked during client interactions. The procedure continues as each courtesan receives personalized bloodletting based on her specific skin concerns. Too pale requires blood drainage from the temples. Too flush needs arm bleeding, and general complexion improvement demands the comprehensive approach that leaves clients looking like they've survived artistic knife fights with extremely considerate opponents who avoided visible areas. Historians still argue whether medieval bloodletting actually improved complexions, or if the temporary pallor from blood loss simply matched fashionable beauty standards, but contemporary testimonials describe dramatic improvements in skin clarity, though they might have been describing the natural glow that comes from surviving medical procedures that modern medicine would classify as controlled hemorrhaging. The barber surgeon introduces his premium service, leech therapy. From a glass jar that resembles a terrarium for aquatic nightmares, he selects plump, well-fed leeches that attach to designated skin areas with the enthusiasm of dinner guests who haven't eaten in weeks. The leeches begin their work immediately, each one a living blood removal device that operates with the efficiency of biological machinery designed specifically for therapeutic drainage. Your bathhouse companion receives 3 leeches positioned strategically around her jawline, where their blood-sucking activities supposedly improve facial circulation while reducing the bloated appearance that comes from too much rich food, wine, and the general excess that defines successful courtesan lifestyle. She sits perfectly still as the leeches work, reading their feeding patterns like biological barometers of her health status. Joke Interlude 2. If medieval leeches had performance reviews, they would probably score excellent marks for enthusiasm, dedication, and the ability to work without supervision while attached to someone's face. The leeches feed with single-minded determination, swelling visibly as they drain measured amounts of blood while injecting natural anticoagulants that keep the therapeutic bleeding flowing long after the leeches detach. It's biological engineering that predates modern medicine by centuries, though modern medicine would probably classify it as controlled parasitism with cosmetic benefits. One courtesan demonstrates advanced leech management. She's trained her regular leeches to recognize her scent and feeding preferences, creating a personalized medical team that knows exactly how much blood to drain for optimal complexion results. The leeches live in individual containers labeled with her name, fed on a schedule that maintains their therapeutic appetite while ensuring they're hungry enough to work efficiently during appointments. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval leech suppliers offered warranties on their products, guaranteeing that properly maintained leeches would provide consistent bloodletting services for specific time periods. Defective leeches that died prematurely or refused to feed could be exchanged for fresh specimens, creating a customer service system for medical parasites. The bloodletting session continues as the barber surgeon monitors each client's blood loss, with the casual expertise of someone who's spent decades determining exactly how much blood people can lose while maintaining consciousness and social functionality. His calculations appear to involve intuition, experience, and possibly prayer, creating a medical methodology that would terrify modern physicians and fascinate medieval philosophers. As morning progresses, the pewter bowls fill with blood that's supposedly been corrupting complexions and general health. The barber surgeon examines each collection with professional interest, commenting on color, consistency, and the presence of mysterious humoral imbalances that only trained medical professionals can detect in freshly drained blood samples. Joke Interlude 3. Medieval medical diagnosis apparently involved the same level of scientific rigor as wine tasting, but with significantly higher stakes and considerably more blood involved in the evaluation process. The leeches complete their work and detach naturally, dropping into collection containers where they'll digest their meals while preparing for the next therapeutic feeding session. The bite wounds continue bleeding for several more minutes, creating the extended bloodletting that medieval medicine considers essential for lasting complexion improvements and general health maintenance. Your courtesan friend examines her reflection in a polished metal mirror, noting the pale, ethereal glow that bloodletting creates, partly from blood loss, partly from the natural luminescence that comes from surviving medical procedures that challenge the body's circulatory system while claiming therapeutic benefits. She applies powder to the small wounds, creating tiny patches that blend with her lead-based cosmetics. The barber surgeon provides aftercare instructions: avoid strenuous activity, drink wine to restore blood volume, and return weekly for maintenance bloodletting that will preserve the complexion benefits while preventing the return of corrupted blood that supposedly causes skin problems, mood disorders, and general unwellness that only regular drainage can prevent. As the courtesans prepare to leave, each one displaying the pale, otherworldly beauty that comes from controlled blood loss combined with lead-based cosmetics, they schedule their next appointments with the casual efficiency of modern clients booking salon services. Bloodletting has become routine healthcare, as normal as teeth cleaning or hairstyling, though considerably more likely to cause fainting. Remember those unwashed undergarments from earlier? They're now absorbing blood seepage from multiple small wounds, creating new staining patterns that add to the existing textile disasters, while providing additional aromatic complexity that challenges even the most generous applications of perfume and creative scent masking strategies. The morning sun catches their newly pallid complexions, creating an ethereal glow that suggests divine favor rather than recent blood loss. They glide through the marketplace like beautiful ghosts who've achieved the perfect balance between fashion, medicine, and voluntary blood donation, ready to meet clients who will admire their otherworldly beauty without questioning the medical procedures required to maintain such supernatural pallor. The blood-drained courtesans float through the marketplace like pale angels of questionable hygiene, their lead-painted faces glowing with post-bloodletting luminescence that makes them appear touched by divinity rather than medieval medicine. But as noon approaches and hunger overcomes the lightheadedness from therapeutic bleeding, they must face perhaps the most horrifying aspect of their daily routine: preparing and consuming food with hands that haven't seen soap since the last solar eclipse, using utensils that have been shared with more people than a public confessional, and maintaining the social fiction that medieval dining is about nourishment rather than competitive contamination. You follow them into a tavern where the air hangs thick with wood smoke, roasting meat, and the unmistakable aroma of people who consider hand-washing an optional activity reserved for special occasions like weddings, funerals, and visits from bishops who might report back to higher authorities. The courtesans settle at a wooden table scarred by decades of knife work, wine spills, and the kind of enthusiastic dining that treats cutlery as suggestions rather than requirements. Margot examines the communal eating implements with the practiced eye of someone who's learned to assess contamination levels through visual inspection alone. The wooden spoons show a dark staining that suggests they've absorbed flavors, liquids, and biological samples from hundreds of previous meals, creating a patina that would fascinate archaeologists and nauseate health inspectors. She selects the least suspicious-looking spoon, wipes it on her already contaminated chemise, and pronounces it adequate for today's purposes. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval dining etiquette required sharing eating utensils among all diners at a table, with individual place settings considered wasteful luxury that only the extremely wealthy could afford. Most taverns provided one knife per table, one or two spoons for liquids, and the general understanding that fingers were humanity's original and most versatile eating implements, regardless of where those fingers had been or what they'd been doing since their last encounter with water. Your courtesan friend demonstrates proper medieval hand preparation. She spits into her palm, rubs her hands together briefly, then wipes them on her skirt, a process that redistributes dirt rather than removing it while adding saliva to the mixture of substances her hands will shortly be introducing to her food. It's hygiene as performance art, creating the appearance of cleanliness through ritualistic gesture while achieving approximately the same sanitary benefit as blessing the meal through interpretive dance. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval dining guides recommended that diners smell their hands before eating to ensure they hadn't been contaminated by evil vapors, though the guides provided no instructions for what to do if the hands did smell evil, presumably because by medieval standards, most hands smelled like they'd been wrestling with demons on a regular basis. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval etiquette instructor is explaining that finger food isn't a cuisine category. It's the only cuisine category. The tavern keeper arrives carrying a wooden bowl filled with what might generously be called stew, though it resembles an archaeological excavation of vegetables that surrendered their will to live sometime during the previous century. The bowl itself has achieved the kind of seasoning that comes from years of use without adequate cleaning, creating a surface that's equal parts wood and accumulated food residue that's evolved into its own ecosystem. Margot dips the communal spoon into the stew, examines the contents briefly, then passes the spoon to the next courtesan without cleaning it, a gesture that transfers whatever was on her lips, tongue, and teeth directly to the eating implement that will shortly be visiting everyone else's mouth. The spoon makes its way around the table like a biological relay race, where the baton carries samples from each participant's oral cavity to share with the group. Your bathhouse companion receives the spoon and adds her own contribution to its growing collection of genetic material before extracting a chunk of what might once have been meat. She chews thoughtfully, apparently unbothered by the fact that her meal has been pre-tasted by several other people whose dental hygiene resembles a cemetery after an earthquake and whose recent activities include bloodletting, lead cosmetic application, and extended cohabitation with medieval Paris's lice population. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood disease transmission through shared eating utensils or simply accepted illness as God's will combined with bad luck, but contemporary medical texts describe communal dining sickness with symptoms that align perfectly with what modern medicine calls sharing germs with enthusiastic abandon while pretending it's social bonding. The meal continues as bread arrives, a dark, dense loaf that's been handled by the baker, his apprentices, several delivery boys, and the tavern keeper, each one adding their personal contribution to the bread's surface texture through palm contact that transfers whatever substances their hands have accumulated during morning activities. The bread serves as both food and napkin, absorbing spills while simultaneously being consumed, creating a dual-purpose dining implement that maximizes contamination efficiency. One courtesan demonstrates the medieval art of trencher sharing, using slabs of stale bread as edible plates that absorb juices, sauces, and whatever liquid substances leak from the main meal. The trenchers pass between diners like geological layers, each one collecting samples from multiple meals before being consumed by whoever draws the short straw or reaches the bottom of their wine supply first. Joke Interlude 2. If medieval dining had a motto, it might be, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and what does kill you probably tasted pretty good going down." The wine arrives in a communal pitcher that's been filled, emptied, and refilled so many times that its interior coating resembles sedimentary rock formations built from generations of wine residue, backwash, and the occasional insect that discovered medieval beverages offer both shelter and nutrition. Each courtesan drinks directly from the pitcher, adding her personal oral flora to the mixture while receiving samples from everyone who's shared the vessel since its last encounter with anything resembling cleaning. Your courtesan friend reveals her dining strategy. She positions herself early in the sharing rotation to minimize the number of people who've contaminated communal implements before her turn, though she acknowledges this merely reduces rather than eliminates the biological diversity she's consuming along with her actual meal. It's risk management medieval style, accepting contamination as inevitable while attempting to control the degree of bacterial adventure involved in basic nutrition. The kitchen staff emerges periodically to refresh communal implements by wiping them with rags that have achieved legendary status in the annals of textiles contamination. These rags have cleaned tables, floors, cooking surfaces, and probably some things that medieval hygiene standards prefer not to document, creating multi-purpose cleaning tools that spread substances more efficiently than they remove them. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval taverns employed taster boys, young servants who sampled communal food and drink to ensure it wasn't poisoned, though the boys' survival rate suggests that medieval food safety involved more luck than science, and their job description probably included willing to risk death for regular meals and occasional copper coins. The meal reaches its climax as dessert arrives, honey cakes that have been touched, examined, and partially sampled by various kitchen staff members who believe quality control requires personal taste testing before serving to customers. The cakes pass between diners who break off pieces with hands that have just finished sharing contaminated spoons, wine vessels, and bread that's absorbed more biological samples than a medieval medical laboratory. Joke Interlude 3. Medieval dessert sharing apparently operated on the principle that if everyone's equally contaminated, nobody can complain about the hygiene standards. As afternoon approaches, the courtesans complete their communal dining experience by wiping their hands on their skirts, sharing final sips from the wine pitcher, and settling accounts with coins that have circulated through more hands than medieval gossip, while accumulating substances that would challenge modern currency sanitization protocols. The tavern keeper collects the communal spoons, wipes them with his legendary rag, and returns them to a wooden box where they'll await the next group of diners willing to participate in medieval biological sharing programs. The process continues daily, creating a continuous cycle of contamination that connects every diner in an extended network of bacterial exchange that would fascinate epidemiologists and terrify anyone who's ever heard of food safety regulations. Remember that bloodletting session from earlier? The small wounds are still seeping, adding iron-rich blood samples to the mixture of substances that the courtesans' hands are now spreading to every surface they touch, including food preparation areas, shared utensils, and each other's hands during the elaborate farewell rituals that medieval social etiquette demands. As they prepare to leave the tavern, each courtesan performs final dining cleanup by licking her fingers clean, a process that introduces whatever substances were on the communal utensils directly into her mouth, while preparing her hands to contaminate the next surfaces they encounter. It's biological recycling medieval style, ensuring that nothing goes to waste while maximizing the spread of whatever microorganisms have joined the afternoon's dining adventure. The afternoon sun streams through tavern windows, illuminating dust motes that dance like microscopic celebrations of successful bacterial transmission. The courtesans glide toward their next appointments, each one carrying samples from every other diner in her digestive system, while radiating the satisfied glow that comes from shared meals, successful contamination, and the kind of communal dining that makes modern food safety seem like obsessive-compulsive luxury rather than basic human survival strategy. The tavern's afternoon shadows stretch longer as you follow the well-fed courtesans through narrow alleyways where laundry lines droop between buildings like surrender flags in humanity's ongoing war against cleanliness. But the true horror of their daily existence becomes apparent as you approach their lodging house, where expensive silk gowns hang from wooden pegs like colorful evidence of medieval fashion's greatest challenge, maintaining the appearance of luxury while living in conditions that would make fabric conservators weep into their archival gloves. Margot lifts her emerald velvet gown from its peg, and immediately you notice movement, not the graceful drape of quality fabric, but the restless stirring of tiny residents who've established thriving communities in the gown's folds, seams, and decorative embroidery. Fleas leap between threads like acrobats performing in a circus designed by Dante, each one carrying samples of blood from previous hosts while scouting for fresh feeding opportunities among the silk fibers that provide both shelter and hunting grounds. They're practically heirlooms, she announces with the resigned affection reserved for unwanted family members who refuse to leave, but occasionally prove useful during social gatherings. She shakes the gown vigorously, sending a shower of fleas cascading onto the floor, where they immediately begin reconnaissance missions toward ankle-level targets. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval clothing provided ideal habitat for fleas, with silk and wool fibers creating protective environments where parasites could reproduce safely, while enjoying regular access to human blood supplies and protection from weather conditions that might otherwise limit their population growth. Your courtesan friend demonstrates her morning ritual of gown management, a process that involves hanging each garment in direct sunlight for precisely long enough to encourage flea migration toward cooler environments without actually eliminating the established colonies that she's come to regard as permanent residents rather than temporary infestations. The technique requires delicate timing. Too little sun exposure leaves the fleas comfortable and well-fed, while too much might damage expensive fabrics that cost more than most people earn in seasonal employment. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval fashion guides recommended deliberately introducing friendly fleas to expensive garments, believing that well-fed parasites would defend their territory against more aggressive species, creating a biological protection system that used controlled infestation to prevent worse contamination. Medieval pest management through strategic parasite politics. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval fashion consultant is explaining that lived-in texture includes actual living creatures as design elements that add movement and personality to static fabric. The younger courtesans gather around to learn advanced flea management techniques from Margot, who's developed sophisticated strategies during decades of cohabitation with fabric-dwelling parasites. She demonstrates the strategic brushing method, using a boar bristle brush to redistribute fleas from high-visibility areas to hidden zones where they can continue their life cycles without embarrassing their hosts during important client interactions. The gown inspection reveals the full scope of flea colonization. They've established neighborhoods in the bodice, premium real estate with excellent blood access, suburbs in the sleeves, good for families with young larvae, and industrial districts in the hem area, perfect for manufacturing new generations while remaining hidden from casual observation. It's urban planning implemented by insects who understand fashion better than most humans. Your bathhouse companion reveals her secret weapon, a mixture of crushed pennyroyal and lavender that she sprinkles inside her gowns every few days. The herbs create an aromatic environment that supposedly discourages new flea immigration, while maintaining peaceful coexistence with established residents who've developed tolerance to the botanical warfare. It's chemical diplomacy designed to achieve détente, rather than total victory in the ongoing human-flea negotiations. Historians still argue whether medieval people accepted flea infestations as inevitable aspects of clothing ownership, or developed elaborate rationalization systems to explain why expensive garments came with complementary parasite populations. But contemporary tailoring manuals include instructions for flea-friendly construction techniques that acknowledge insect habitation as part of the garment's intended function. The gown preparation continues as each courtesan performs her personal flea assessment, checking population levels and redistributing colonies to optimize both comfort and concealment. They've learned to read flea behavior like weather patterns. Increased activity suggests feeding time approaching, while calm periods indicate satisfied parasites who've recently enjoyed successful blood meals and probably won't embarrass their hosts during the next few hours. One courtesan demonstrates the flea decoy technique. She wears a linen undergown specifically designed to attract fleas away from her expensive outer garments, creating a sacrificial layer that protects valuable silk while providing parasites with adequate housing and feeding opportunities. The decoy gown gets washed occasionally, though not frequently enough to discourage permanent habitation by fleas who've learned to appreciate predictable accommodation. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval fashion apparently operated on the principle that if you're going to have parasites, they might as well be well-dressed parasites with good taste and fabric quality. The afternoon fitting session begins as courtesans help each other into gowns that require the careful negotiation between human body parts and established flea territories. The process involves gentle movements designed to avoid disturbing sleeping parasites while ensuring that fabric drapes properly, despite the additional weight of insect populations that rival small villages in terms of demographic diversity. Margot demonstrates advanced flea psychology. She's learned to predict when her parasites will be most active and schedules client appointments during calm periods when the insects are digesting recent meals rather than hunting for fresh blood sources. It's appointment booking that takes into account the feeding schedules of tiny creatures who share her wardrobe while contributing to her overall biological ecosystem. The silk gowns shimmer in afternoon light, their beauty enhanced rather than diminished by the subtle movement that flea activity creates in the fabric. Tiny stirrings that suggest expensive textiles possess mysterious life forces, rather than revealing that luxury fashion comes with complementary livestock that happen to prefer human blood as their primary dietary requirement. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval seamstresses advertised pre-seasoned garments that came with established flea colonies, claiming that broken-in parasites were gentler and more predictable than wild fleas who might prove aggressive or difficult to train into acceptable cohabitation patterns with their human hosts. Your courtesan friend reveals her travel strategy. When visiting clients, she brings a small container of fleas from her regular colony to any borrowed clothing, ensuring that unfamiliar garments quickly feel like home while maintaining the biological continuity that keeps her parasite population stable and predictable. It's luggage that includes livestock management as an essential packing consideration. The gown inspection continues as each courtesan checks for evidence of flea reproduction. Tiny white eggs nestled in seam areas where warmth and protection create ideal nursery conditions for the next generation of fabric-dwelling parasites. Finding eggs is considered positive news, indicating that the flea population views the garment as long-term housing rather than temporary accommodation. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval real estate had luxury classifications, flea-friendly fashion would probably be advertised as premium accommodation with built-in dining services and climate-controlled living spaces. As evening approaches, the courtesans complete their gown preparation by performing final flea counts and redistribution efforts designed to ensure optimal parasite placement for upcoming client appointments. They've mastered the art of looking ethereally beautiful while hosting biological ecosystems that would fascinate entomologists and challenge modern understanding of fashion as purely decorative rather than functionally symbiotic. The silk fabrics catch candlelight like liquid jewels, their surfaces rippling with tiny movements that suggest divine animation rather than revealing the presence of countless tiny creatures who've made luxury fashion their permanent residence while contributing to the complex biological relationships that define medieval clothing ownership. Remember those unwashed undergarments from earlier? They're now providing basement-level housing for flea populations that commute daily between the luxury silk neighborhoods and the working-class linen districts, creating a vertical ecosystem where parasites navigate between social strata while maintaining the biological diversity that medieval fashion inadvertently supports. As the courtesans prepare for evening appointments, each one radiating otherworldly beauty, despite hosting populations of tiny bloodsuckers who've turned expensive clothing into apartment complexes with excellent location amenities and reliable food service, you realize that medieval luxury includes livestock management as an essential component of high fashion maintenance. The afternoon sun fades toward evening, and the flea-inhabited gowns shimmer like starlight-made fabric, beautiful beyond description, while serving as home to creatures so small they're barely visible, but numerous enough to qualify as immigration statistics in the ongoing demographic changes that define medieval textile ownership as biological partnership rather than simple clothing possession. The flea-inhabited gowns rustle like whispered secrets as the courtesans prepare for evening appointments, but before they can present their ethereal beauty to paying clients, they must undergo the daily ordeal of hair maintenance, a process that makes their gown-dwelling parasites seem like well-behaved pets compared to the biological disasters that unfold when medieval hair care meets months of accumulated grease, ash, and whatever substances have taken up permanent residence in their scalp ecosystems. Margot settles before a polished bronze mirror that reflects her image with the kindness of candlelight filtered through fog, then begins the ritual of hair preparation that will transform her locks from their current state, which resembles seaweed that's been marinating in kitchen grease since the last feast day, into something that might pass for fashionable under dim lighting and generous wine consumption. She reaches for a clay pot filled with what appears to be rendered animal fat, mixed with wood ash, creating a paste that smells like a blacksmith's forge had an unfortunate encounter with a pig farm. Bear grease, she announces with the pride of someone unveiling a family treasure, though the treasure in question is literally melted fat from a creature that probably died of natural causes sometime during the previous season and has been aging in storage conditions that medieval preservation techniques handle with cheerful optimism rather than scientific precision. Mainstream fact incoming. Animal fats were the primary hair care products in medieval times, with bear grease considered the premium option for wealthy courtesans who could afford imported fat that supposedly provided superior shine, manageability, and protection against lice, though the protection mainly involved creating environments so hostile that even parasites reconsidered their housing choices. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the application technique, working the greasy paste through hair that hasn't encountered water since the last bathhouse visit several weeks ago. The fat mingles with existing oils, dried perfume residue, and what might charitably be called natural hair products that her scalp has been manufacturing continuously since birth. The result resembles sculpture more than grooming. Hair that maintains whatever shape it's molded into while developing the kind of structural integrity that could probably support small architectural projects. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval hair manuals recommended mixing animal fat with crushed pearls, believing that the calcium would strengthen hair while the fat provided shine, creating luxury hair treatments that cost more than most people's annual income, while achieving results that modern cosmetology would classify as controlled scalp contamination with expensive additives. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval hairstylist is explaining that natural hold means your hairstyle will literally hold its shape until someone applies industrial solvents or divine intervention. The younger courtesans gather around to learn advanced grease application from Margot, who's developed techniques during decades of chemical warfare between her scalp and various animal fats that have been rendered, stored, and applied with the enthusiasm of someone who believes that more is always better when it comes to hair care products derived from deceased livestock. She demonstrates the sectional saturation method, dividing her hair into manageable portions, then working bear grease into each section until the strands achieve the glossy perfection that comes from complete oil penetration. The process creates hair that moves like liquid mercury while maintaining enough structural stiffness to support elaborate braiding, coiling, and architectural arrangements that would challenge engineering principles if anyone understood engineering principles. Your bathhouse companion reveals her personal mixture, bear grease combined with crushed lavender flowers in what she claims is powdered unicorn horn, but probably represents narwhal tusk that's been marked up several 100% by merchants who understand that mysterious provenance justifies premium pricing for exotic hair care additives that may or may not provide supernatural benefits. Historians still argue whether medieval people genuinely believed animal fats improved hair health or simply made the best of limited grooming options, but contemporary beauty manuals describe elaborate fat preparation rituals that suggest medieval hair care involved more chemistry than most medieval chemistry, creating beauty treatments that doubled as science experiments with volunteer test subjects who paid for the privilege. The grease application continues as each courtesan works, rendered fat through hair that's achieved legendary status in terms of oil absorption capacity. They've learned to read their hair's saturation levels like scholars reading ancient texts, understanding exactly how much additional grease their locks can accommodate before crossing the line between lustrous and actively dripping onto expensive clothing. One courtesan demonstrates the ash enhancement technique. She sprinkles wood ash into her greased hair, claiming that the alkaline powder absorbs excess oil while adding texture that helps maintain elaborate hairstyles through extended wearing periods. The ash creates streaks of gray that she insists are fashionable highlights rather than evidence that she's applying fireplace residue to her head for cosmetic purposes. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval beauty standards apparently included authentically weathered as a desirable hair color that could be achieved through creative applications of combustion byproducts. The hair preparation ritual expands as the courtesans begin braiding their greased locks into elaborate arrangements that require structural engineering principles to maintain stability while supporting decorative elements like ribbons, flowers, and small metal ornaments that add weight to hairstyles already challenging the tensile strength of over-lubricated hair follicles. Margot reveals her signature technique. She heats iron rods over candle flames, then presses them against her greased hair to create waves that maintain their shape through the thermal bonding that occurs when animal fat meets high temperatures. The process creates curls that could probably survive moderate weather events, while filling the room with aromatic clouds that suggest someone's cooking hair rather than styling it. The heated iron technique produces results that are both impressive and slightly terrifying. Hair that maintains perfect waves through physical manipulation, intimate encounters, and the kind of vigorous activity that would destroy normal hairstyles, but merely adds character to arrangements that have been thermally bonded using medieval chemistry and considerable faith in the structural properties of rendered animal fat. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval hair irons were designed with compartments for holding additional grease, allowing stylists to apply fresh fat while heating hair simultaneously, creating combination tools that provided both thermal styling and continuous lubrication during the hairdressing process that medieval fashion demanded for achieving authentic period looks. Your courtesan friend demonstrates hair perfuming. She burns small pieces of aromatic wood near her greased locks, allowing the smoke to penetrate the oil-saturated strands while adding fragrance that supposedly masks the distinctive aroma of aged animal fat mixed with whatever substances her scalp has been cultivating since her last encounter with anything resembling cleaning products. The hairstyling continues as ribbons and decorative elements are woven through greased strands that hold their positions with the determination of architectural elements that have been mortared into place using biological building materials. The ribbons immediately absorb oil from the hair, becoming permanent installations that will probably require replacement before they can ever be successfully removed from their current positions. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval hairstyles had construction permits, they would probably require structural engineering assessments and environmental impact studies for the wildlife living in the grease-based ecosystems. As evening approaches, the courtesans complete their hair preparation by applying final touches of ash, additional grease, and aromatic smoke that creates complex layered fragrances combining animal fat, wood combustion, and whatever perfumes are brave enough to compete with the fundamental aroma of rendered bear grease that's been aged to perfection in medieval storage conditions. The finished hairstyles gleam like polished armor in the candlelight, each one a testament to medieval engineering principles applied to human grooming challenges that require both artistic vision and the kind of chemical knowledge that treats animal fat as a viable construction material for biological architecture projects. Remember those flea-inhabited gowns from earlier? The insects have now discovered that greased hair provides even better habitat than silk fabric, creating migration patterns as fleas relocate from textile neighborhoods to the premium real estate that bare grease-saturated hair offers to parasites who appreciate luxury accommodations with built-in dining services and climate-controlled living environments. As the courtesans prepare for their evening appointments, each one crowned with hairstyles that represent triumph over the laws of physics through creative applications of animal fat and medieval determination, you realize that their hair has become less follicular decoration and more sculptural installation art that happens to be attached to human heads while supporting its own biological ecosystem. The candlelight catches their oil-slicked locks, creating an otherworldly radiance that suggests divine illumination, rather than revealing the presence of enough rendered animal fat to lubricate small machinery, while the complex aromatic signature that rises from their heads tells stories of medieval beauty standards that embrace biological creativity as an essential component of fashionable appearance. The bear grease sculptures that crown each courtesan's head gleam like medieval masterpieces as evening shadows deepen, but their artistic triumph over gravity and good sense pales compared to the horror that awaits when these oil-slicked goddesses attempt what passes for communal bathing in their world. You follow them through corridors that echo with the sound of liquid sloshing in wooden containers, toward a chamber where steam rises from a single copper tub that's seen more shared occupancy than a medieval monastery dormitory and considerably less maintenance than most farm equipment. The tub sits like a bronze altar in the center of the room, already half filled with water that's achieved the kind of opacity that comes from extended use by multiple bathers who've each contributed their personal essence to what was originally just heated river water. Margot approaches first, testing the temperature with a fingertip that immediately emerges coated with a film, suggesting the water has developed its own protective ecosystem during previous bathing sessions that may have occurred sometime during the current season. Still warm, she announces with the satisfaction of someone discovering that shared bathwater retains heat almost indefinitely when it's thick enough to qualify as soup, though soup implies nutritional value rather than the biological complexity that develops when medieval hygiene meets community water conservation principles. Mainstream fact incoming. Communal bathing was standard practice in medieval households where heating water required significant fuel expenditure, leading to rotation systems where family members, servants, and guests shared the same bathwater in order of social precedence, creating aquatic hierarchies that determined who bathed in relatively clean water versus who got the dregs. Your courtesan friend begins the disrobing process, peeling away layers of flea-inhabited silk and unwashed linen that have been marinating in her personal aromatics since dawn, each garment releasing clouds of concentrated essence that tell the story of medieval fashion's relationship with human biology. The bare grease in her hair catches candlelight like liquid amber, beautiful and terrible, as she prepares to introduce her oil-saturated locks to water that's already achieved legendary status in terms of dissolved human contributions. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval bathing manuals recommended that multiple bathers enter the tub simultaneously to share beneficial vapors and prevent the water from becoming too concentrated with any single person's humoral imbalances, creating group bathing theory that treated shared contamination as therapeutic balance rather than collective hygiene disaster waiting to unfold in confined aquatic spaces. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval public health official is explaining that community bathing builds stronger immune systems through exposure therapy that modern medicine would classify as biological warfare with splashing. Margot slides into the tub with practiced grace, her entry creating ripples that disturb sediment layers, representing contributions from previous bathers whose identities are lost to history, but whose presence remains suspended in the water like archaeological evidence of bathing sessions past. The bare grease in her hair immediately begins interacting with the existing oil slick floating on the surface, creating rainbow patterns that would be beautiful if they weren't literally dissolved hair products mixing with other people's dissolved hair products in a aquatic chemistry experiment that no one designed but everyone participates in. The water level rises as your bathhouse companion joins Margot in the tub, her own collection of unwashed textiles and accumulated aromatics adding to the mixture that's beginning to resemble primordial soup, if primordial soup had been specifically designed to test the limits of human tolerance for shared biological experiences. The two women settle into positions that maximize their access to the allegedly warm water while minimizing direct contact with the sediment layers that have accumulated in the tub's deeper regions. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the medieval art of selective washing. She focuses on areas that will be visible during client interactions while ignoring regions that will remain hidden beneath clothing, creating a strategic approach to hygiene that treats cleanliness as a performance rather than a comprehensive health practice. Her bare greased hair floats around her head like an oil spill, with artistic aspirations, gradually releasing rendered animal fat into water that's already achieved impressive complexity in terms of dissolved organic compounds. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood that sharing bathwater spreads diseases, or simply accepted communal bathing as economically necessary, despite the obvious health risks, but contemporary medical texts describe the bathing fevers with symptoms that align perfectly with what modern medicine recognizes as infections transmitted through shared contaminated water that's been heated just enough to create ideal breeding conditions for waterborne pathogens. The younger courtesans begin joining the bathing party, each new addition causing the water level to rise, while introducing fresh contributions to the aquatic ecosystem that's developing in real time as dissolved perfumes, bear grease, lead-based cosmetics, and whatever substances have been accumulating on unwashed skin combine to create a biological soup that would fascinate marine biologists and terrify water quality inspectors. One courtesan reveals her bathing strategy. She brings a small cloth bag filled with aromatic herbs that she squeezes underwater, releasing essential oils that supposedly improve the water's therapeutic properties while masking the increasingly complex aroma that develops when multiple people's personal hygiene situations merge in confined aquatic spaces. The herbs create momentary freshness before surrendering to the overwhelming biological signature of shared medieval bathing. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval aromatherapy apparently operated on the principle that if you add enough flower petals to a biological disaster, it becomes a therapeutic biological disaster with decorative elements. The tub reaches capacity as the final courtesan enters, causing overflow that carries samples of the communal bathing experience onto the stone floor, where it forms puddles that will probably require archaeological excavation to remove completely. The water has achieved the kind of density that supports small objects while providing resistance that makes normal bathing movements feel like swimming through liquid history that's been concentrated for maximum cultural impact. Margot demonstrates the communal soap technique. She produces a ball of what might generously be called soap, though it resembles a geological specimen that's been carved from compressed animal fat and ash, then aged under conditions that medieval soap making handled with optimistic chemistry rather than quality control standards. The soap creates minimal lather and water that's already saturated with oils, greases, and dissolved human essence, producing bubbles that pop immediately, while releasing aromatic clouds suggesting the soap itself has developed personality during extended storage. The soap passes between bathers like a sacred relic, each person adding their personal contribution to its surface texture while receiving whatever substances previous users have deposited during their encounters with the communal cleaning implement. It's Hygiene as bacterial exchange program, ensuring that everyone shares samples from everyone else's personal ecosystem while maintaining the social fiction that soap creates cleanliness rather than facilitating contamination distribution. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval households employed soap masters whose job involved monitoring communal bathing soap to ensure it maintained proper consistency and aromatic quality throughout extended use by multiple bathers, creating professional soap management that treated shared cleaning implements as precision instruments requiring expert maintenance and quality assessment. Your bathhouse companion begins washing her bare-greased hair, working the communal soap through oil-saturated strands that release clouds of dissolved animal fat into water that's already achieved impressive opacity. The process creates foam that's equal parts soap bubbles and liquefied hair products, generating a frothy mixture that coats the water's surface like cappuccino foam, if cappuccino were made from rendered fat in medieval optimism. The communal washing continues as each courtesan scrubs herself with shared soap while sitting in water that's collecting everything they're washing off, creating a closed-loop system where contamination gets redistributed rather than removed. They've developed techniques for washing while minimizing contact with the tub's bottom, where sediment layers represent months of accumulated bathing residue that's achieved the kind of geological stability that suggests permanent installation. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval bathing had scientific classification, it would probably be categorized as controlled contamination redistribution with therapeutic intentions and questionable results. As the bathing session progresses, the water's color deepens from amber to something approaching coffee, though coffee implies pleasant morning beverages rather than the biological complexity developing in real time as dissolved perfumes, cosmetics, hair products, and human essence combine to create a liquid that would challenge water treatment facilities and fascinate biochemists studying medieval organic chemistry applications. The courtesans begin their exit procedures, each one emerging from the tub like Venus rising from seas that have seen considerably more maritime traffic than classical mythology typically describes. They drip communal bathwater onto stone floors while reaching for linen towels that will immediately absorb samples from everyone who's shared the bathing experience, creating textile souvenirs of collective medieval hygiene that will carry the aromatic signatures of group bathing until the next laundry day. Remember those flea-inhabited gowns from earlier? The parasites have now discovered that post-bath courtesans offer enhanced habitat conditions, with water-softened skin providing easier access, while damp clothing creates the humid environments that medieval flea populations prefer for reproduction and general life satisfaction activities. As evening deepens and the courtesans prepare for client appointments, each one glowing with the peculiar radiance that comes from bathing in water that's been shared with enough pool to qualify as a small village's worth of dissolved humanity. You realize that medieval cleanliness is less about removing contamination and more about achieving democratic distribution of everyone's personal contributions to the collective bathing experience. The communal tub sits empty now, except for sediment layers that represent the geological history of medieval bathing, while the stone floor reflects candlelight through puddles that contain samples from every courtesan who participated in tonight's aquatic community bonding experience, creating a permanent installation that documents the complex relationship between medieval hygiene and social cooperation. The communal bathwater drains away through sewn channels like liquid archaeology, carrying with it months of dissolved medieval humanity, while leaving behind sediment deposits that will probably confuse future historians who discover bathroom floors that qualify as geological formations. But as the bare grease-softened courtesans prepare for evening appointments, they must confront perhaps the most intimate horror of their daily existence, managing their monthly cycles using methods that would make modern feminine hygiene companies retreat to their laboratories and weep into their research budgets while reconsidering every assumption about human dignity and basic comfort. Margot approaches a wooden chest with the solemnity of someone accessing sacred relics, though the contents represent medieval solutions to biological challenges that occur with monthly regularity, regardless of whether appropriate supplies exist or social structures acknowledge that half the population deals with this situation while maintaining professional obligations to look ethereal and romantically available. She lifts the lid to reveal bundles of linen strips that have achieved the kind of beige patina that comes from extended reuse without adequate cleaning. Each strip telling stories of previous menstrual cycles through staining patterns that create abstract art nobody wanted to commission. Fresh rags, she announces with obvious pride, though fresh represents a relative concept when applied to linen strips that have been soaked, wrung out, dried in questionable conditions, and stored in wooden containers where medieval preservation techniques meet optimistic hopes about fabric longevity. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval women relied primarily on strips of linen or wool cloth for menstrual management, with wealthy women owning personal collections while poor women shared community supplies, creating textile rotation systems that treated menstrual rags like library books with considerably more intimate lending policies. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the preparation ritual. She selects several linen strips, examines them for structural integrity that might survive a day of professional activities, then begins the complex engineering process of creating makeshift feminine hygiene products using medieval materials and techniques developed through centuries of trial, error, and the kind of creative problem-solving that emerges when biological necessity meets complete absence of commercial solutions. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval medical texts recommended stuffing menstrual rags with moss, sheep's wool, or even powdered herbs like sage and lavender, believing that natural materials would provide better absorption while adding therapeutic properties that might reduce cramping, though the therapeutic benefits probably paled compared to the basic achievement of creating any absorption system at all using available medieval technology. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval product designer is explaining that customizable absorption solutions means finding creative ways to stuff cloth with whatever natural materials haven't been claimed by the kitchen, stable, or church altar decorating committee. The linen preparation continues as each courtesan creates her personal menstrual management system using strips of fabric that have been softened through repeated use to the point where they've achieved the kind of flexibility that comes from molecular breakdown rather than quality manufacturing. They fold, twist, and arrange the linen into configurations that might provide adequate coverage while remaining secure during the kind of physical activities that courtesan work demands, activities that medieval feminine hygiene solutions weren't specifically designed to accommodate. Your bathhouse companion reveals her innovation. She's developed a belt system using leather strips and metal clasps that holds menstrual rags in position while allowing for discrete adjustments during client interactions. The belt represents medieval engineering applied to intimate challenges, creating wearable technology that predates modern solutions by centuries while achieving approximately the same level of reliability that ancient leather and corroded metal can provide under stress conditions. The younger courtesans gather around to learn advanced menstrual management from women who've survived decades of monthly cycles using materials that would challenge modern survival enthusiasts and certainly exceed the problem-solving expectations that most people associate with basic biological maintenance. They share techniques, modifications, and survival strategies with the generosity of veterans teaching recruits essential skills for navigating challenges that will recur monthly, regardless of personal preference or professional convenience. Historians still argue whether medieval women developed adequate menstrual management systems or simply endured monthly periods with resignation, but contemporary letters describe elaborate preparation rituals and sharing networks that suggest medieval feminine hygiene involved more community cooperation and creative engineering than modern individualistic approaches to personal care that assume commercial solutions will always be available. Margot demonstrates the layering technique. She combines multiple linen strips of different thicknesses to create absorption systems that might handle varying flow levels while providing backup protection against the kind of failures that occur when medieval materials meet biological realities during extended wearing periods. The system resembles architectural planning more than personal hygiene, requiring structural analysis and failure mode assessment that most people don't associate with monthly cycles. One courtesan reveals her emergency supplies. She carries a leather pouch containing spare linen strips, a small knife for cutting additional fabric from undergarments if necessary, and what appears to be a collection of moss samples that have been dried and prepared for absorption duties during menstrual emergencies that occur without adequate preparation time or access to preferred materials. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval emergency preparedness apparently included survival kits specifically designed for biological challenges that modern convenience stores handle with entire aisles of specialized products, while medieval women made do with leather pouches containing organic materials and sharp implements. The menstrual preparation ritual expands as the courtesans begin discussing cycle timing and client scheduling, revealing the complex logistics required to maintain professional availability while managing monthly periods using materials that require extended preparation time and offer limited reliability during extended use. They've developed rotation systems, backup strategies, and the kind of contingency planning that military operations might envy if military operations involved intimate biological challenges. Your courtesan friend demonstrates discreet changing techniques. She's mastered the art of replacing soiled menstrual rags while maintaining client interactions using distraction strategies and quick manual dexterity that allows for personal hygiene maintenance without interrupting romantic encounters or professional obligations that can't be postponed for biological convenience. The linen strips receive final preparation as each courtesan customizes her monthly supplies with personal modifications developed through experience with specific absorption needs, comfort requirements, and the durability standards that her professional activities demand from medieval materials that weren't designed for the kind of performance expectations that courtesan work creates for personal hygiene products. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval convents developed specialized menstrual management systems for nuns, including community washing schedules and shared supplies that created religious approaches to feminine hygiene that treated monthly cycles as opportunities for spiritual meditation on human frailty while maintaining practical systems for managing biological realities within religious communities. The preparation continues as aromatic herbs are added to some linen strips, creating menstrual management systems that provide both absorption and pleasant fragrance during wearing periods that might extend through entire work shifts without opportunities for changing or refreshing personal hygiene supplies. The herbs include mint, lavender, and what appears to be crushed flower petals that add decorative elements to utilitarian designs. As the evening deepens, the courtesans complete their menstrual preparation by storing backup supplies in strategic locations throughout their lodging house, creating cache systems that ensure access to fresh materials during emergencies while maintaining discreet storage that won't interfere with romantic atmospheres that their professional activities require for successful client relationships. Joke Interlude 3. Medieval interior decorating apparently included hiding feminine hygiene supplies with the same creativity that modern apartment dwellers use for concealing exercise equipment or unfinished craft projects. The final preparations involve testing each system for security, comfort, and discreet wearability beneath the silk gowns that must maintain their ethereal beauty, while concealing medieval solutions to biological challenges that occur monthly, regardless of professional schedules, client preferences, or social expectations about maintaining romantic illusions during intimate encounters. Your bathhouse companion demonstrates the confidence check. She moves through various positions and activities that might occur during client appointments, ensuring that her menstrual management system remains secure and discreet while providing adequate protection against failures that would create professional embarrassment and potential health hazards in medieval environments where cleaning options are limited and replacement clothing isn't readily available. The courtesans gather their completed menstrual supplies with the satisfaction of women who've successfully solved complex engineering challenges using available materials and generations of accumulated knowledge about managing biological realities that half the population faces monthly, while maintaining the social fiction that ethereal beauty occurs naturally without requiring extensive behind-the-scenes preparation and problem-solving. Remember those communal bathwaters from earlier? The linen strips have been rinsed in similar shared washing systems, creating menstrual management materials that carry samples from community laundry processes while providing intimate protection that connects each courtesan to the collective hygiene experiences of every woman who's contributed to the washing rotation. As the courtesans prepare for evening appointments, each one equipped with medieval solutions to monthly biological challenges that will recur regardless of professional obligations or romantic expectations, you realize that feminine hygiene in their world requires the kind of engineering creativity and community cooperation that modern convenience has made unnecessary for women who can simply purchase solutions rather than manufacturing them from available materials. The candlelight catches their silk gowns as they glide toward evening appointments, each one carrying concealed beneath her ethereal beauty the complex medieval technology that allows women to manage monthly cycles while maintaining professional availability, romantic illusions, and the social fiction that biological realities don't interfere with the kind of otherworldly perfection that their clients purchase along with intimate companionship. The silk gowns whisper secrets as the courtesans glide through evening streets toward their appointments, but beneath their ethereal beauty lies a horror that would make modern podiatrists abandon their profession and take up sheep farming for the psychological relief. Hidden within their flowing skirts, their feet represent medieval hygiene's greatest failure, appendages that have been sealed inside leather boots for months at a time, marinating in their own secretions while developing biological ecosystems that challenge the boundaries between human anatomy and scientific curiosity about what happens when flesh meets prolonged abandonment. Margot pauses beneath a street lantern to adjust her silk slipper, lifting her hem just enough to reveal an ankle that disappears into leather boots laced so tightly they've become permanent installations rather than removable footwear. The leather has achieved a patina that suggests it's been absorbing moisture, oils, and various human secretions long enough to qualify as a biological specimen rather than a fashion accessory, while the laces have fused into knots that would challenge maritime engineers and probably require archaeological tools for removal. "Haven't seen daylight since Michaelmas," she announces with the resigned pride of someone displaying a medical curiosity that's achieved legendary status through sheer persistence and creative neglect. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval footwear was expensive, labor-intensive to produce, and designed for durability rather than hygiene, leading to wearing patterns where boots remained on feet for months or even entire seasons, creating enclosed environments where moisture, warmth, and organic matter combine to produce conditions that modern medicine would classify as controlled decomposition experiments. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the medieval art of boot management, a gentle rotation of her ankle that redistributes whatever liquids have accumulated inside her leather prison while maintaining the structural integrity of footwear that's probably supporting her body weight through sheer geological pressure rather than original manufacturing quality. The subtle squishing sound suggests her boots contain their own weather systems, complete with precipitation cycles and possibly seasonal variations in humidity levels. Quirky tidbit alert: some medieval cobblers advertise breathable leather treatments that involved perforating boot surfaces with tiny holes, though these modifications often led to structural failures that left wealthy customers with expensive footwear that disintegrated during important social events, creating fashion disasters that were literally falling apart during formal occasions requiring dignified walking. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval foot doctor is explaining that aeration therapy involves removing boots annually whether they need it or not, though the definition of need apparently excludes considerations like basic human dignity or atmospheric quality control. The younger courtesans gather around as Margot shares advanced foot management techniques developed during decades of professional boot wearing that treats footwear removal as an annual event requiring careful planning and possibly divine intervention. She explains that her boots have essentially become external skeletal structures, providing ankle support that her actual bones probably can't remember how to supply independently after months of leather-enforced immobilization. Your bathhouse companion reveals her secret. She's developed a powder mixture using crushed mint leaves, wood ash, and what appears to be dried flower petals that she sprinkles inside her boots weekly to absorb moisture and provide aromatic relief from whatever biological processes are occurring in the warm, dark environments that her feet call home for months at a time. The powder creates temporary freshness before being absorbed into the general ecosystem that medieval footwear inevitably develops. The foot inspection continues as each courtesan performs the daily ritual of assessing her boot situation through external observation and careful listening for sounds that might indicate structural failures or biological developments that require immediate intervention. They've learned to interpret the acoustic signatures of their footwear. Different squishes indicate different moisture levels, while complete silence might suggest that the biological processes have achieved equilibrium, or possibly that nothing living remains inside the leather. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood that sealed footwear created health hazards or simply accepted foot problems as inevitable consequences of protecting expensive leather from weather damage. but contemporary medical texts describe boot rot, leather lung, and various foot ailments with symptoms that align perfectly with what modern medicine recognizes as infections caused by prolonged exposure to warm, moist, enclosed environments rich in organic matter. One courtesan demonstrates the strategic loosening technique. She identifies the single lace point that can be adjusted without compromising the entire boot structure, then loosens it just enough to allow minimal air circulation while maintaining the support that keeps her footwear from collapsing into leather puddles around her ankles. It's precision engineering applied to biological maintenance, requiring the kind of delicate touch that clockmakers use for spring adjustments. Margot reveals her most guarded secret. Once monthly, during the new moon when clients are scarce, she performs boot ventilation by removing her footwear completely and allowing her feet to experience direct air contact for approximately 1 hour. The process requires advanced planning, careful timing, and what she describes as considerable courage to confront whatever has been developing inside her boots during extended wearing periods. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval foot care apparently operated on lunar schedules that treated direct air contact as an extreme sport, requiring proper timing and possibly protective equipment for nearby spectators. The evening air carries hints of the aromatic complexity that sealed medieval footwear contributes to urban atmospheres, leather, organic decomposition, and the distinctive musk that develops when human feet live in closed systems without adequate drainage or maintenance access. The courtesans accept this as background atmosphere, the same way they accept lice populations in communal bathwater as inevitable aspects of medieval living standards. Your courtesan friend demonstrates her walking technique, a gliding motion that minimizes the disturbance of whatever liquids have accumulated inside her boots while maintaining the ethereal grace that clients expect from women who appear to float rather than walk. The technique requires balance, core strength, and the kind of body awareness that comes from years of compensating for footwear that functions more like portable swamps than protective accessories. The footwear situation creates additional challenges for professional activities that require removing boots during intimate encounters. Several courtesans have developed discrete boot management strategies that involve dimming lights, strategic positioning, and distraction techniques designed to minimize clients' exposure to feet that have been sealed inside leather environments long enough to develop their own atmospheric signatures and possibly their own gravitational fields. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval brothels employed boot boys, whose job involved managing clients' and courtesans' footwear during intimate encounters, creating professional services that specialized in discreet boot removal and replacement while maintaining romantic atmospheres that wouldn't be disrupted by the aromatic revelations that medieval foot care practices inevitably produced. As the courtesans approach their appointments, they perform final boot adjustments that optimize their footwear for evening activities while acknowledging that their feet exist in biological conditions that would fascinate marine biologists studying organisms that thrive in extreme environments without adequate oxygen or light exposure. The boots creak like old ships, suggesting they've developed their own structural personalities through extended service under challenging conditions. One courtesan demonstrates the boot disguise technique. She applies perfume to her leather footwear, creating aromatic masks that provide temporary olfactory relief while contributing additional complexity to scent profiles that already include multiple layers of biological and chemical contributions from various medieval hygiene practices that have accumulated throughout the day. The evening lanterns cast shadows that hide the full scope of medieval footwear disasters, creating romantic lighting that flatters leather that's achieved patinas, suggesting it has participated in geological processes rather than simple daily wear. The courtesans glide through pools of lamplight, like beautiful ghosts whose ethereal quality is enhanced rather than diminished by the knowledge that their beauty requires concealing feet that represent medieval hygiene's most spectacular failures. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval footwear had warranty cards, they would probably include disclaimers about biological developments, structural integrity limitations, and the recommendation that customers maintain low expectations regarding aromatic quality over extended wearing periods. The courtesans reach their destination, a nobleman's mansion where servants hold torches that illuminate the courtyard with flickering light that creates perfect conditions for maintaining romantic illusions while concealing the complex realities of medieval personal care that require extensive behind-the-scenes management to sustain ethereal beauty standards. As they pause at the mansion's entrance, each courtesan performs final preparations that acknowledge their feat as necessary but problematic body parts that must be managed carefully to prevent their biological conditions from interfering with romantic encounters that clients purchase under the assumption that ethereal beauty occurs naturally without requiring the kind of creative engineering that medieval hygiene demands. Remember those menstrual management systems from earlier? They're now sharing limited space with foot conditions that have developed their own ecosystems, creating biological complexity that would challenge modern medical understanding while requiring the kind of creative problem-solving that medieval women developed for managing multiple intimate health challenges simultaneously using available materials and considerable ingenuity. The mansion door is open to reveal warm light and the promise of clients who will admire the courtesan's otherworldly beauty while remaining blissfully unaware of the complex biological realities that their ethereal perfection conceals beneath silk gowns and leather boots that have become archaeological sites documenting months of medieval foot care philosophy applied with creative determination and questionable results. As the courtesans disappear into the mansion's golden light, their sealed boots carrying them toward romantic encounters that will test their ability to maintain beautiful illusions while managing feet that represent humanity's ongoing struggle against the biological challenges that medieval hygiene practices created through creative neglect and optimistic material science applications. The mansion's golden light swallows the courtesans like a beautiful lie made luminous, but their ethereal entrance cannot mask the biological warfare they're waging against microscopic enemies that treat human flesh like prime real estate in medieval Europe's most competitive housing market. As they glide through marble corridors where tapestries whisper against stone walls, each courtesan carries within her bloodstream a diverse collection of pathogens that would fascinate modern epidemiologists and terrify anyone who understands that medieval hygiene practices essentially functioned as disease incubation programs with romantic lighting and expensive costumes. Margot pauses beside a silver mirror to adjust her lead-painted complexion, unaware that the metallic cosmetics slowly poisoning her nervous system represent only the most visible aspect of her body's ongoing chemical and biological catastrophe. Beneath her ethereal beauty, syphilis spirals through her bloodstream like microscopic corkscrews drilling toward her brain, while plague bacteria hibernate in her lymph nodes like patient soldiers waiting for optimal conditions to launch their next offensive against her immune system. "Looking divine tonight," whispers your courtesan friend, her breath carrying the sweet metallic tang of mercury treatments that promise to cure diseases while delivering neurotoxic damage that will eventually manifest as tremors, madness, and the kind of death that medieval medicine considers mysteriously sudden rather than predictably inevitable. Mainstream fact incoming: medieval medical treatments for sexually transmitted diseases relied heavily on mercury, lead, and arsenic compounds that often proved more lethal than the original infections, creating cure rates that correlated inversely with patient survival while generating impressive profits for physicians who understood marketing better than anatomy. The nobleman's feast hall buzzes with conversation and laughter that masks the subtle symphony of medieval disease transmission, the discreet coughs that spray tuberculosis bacteria into warm air, the gentle sneezes that distribute smallpox across silk cushions, and the casual touches that transfer everything from bubonic plague to leprosy between people who consider personal contact a sign of social sophistication rather than biological Russian roulette with microscopic ammunition. Your bathhouse companion demonstrates the courtly greeting ritual, pressing her lips to the nobleman's hand in a gesture that transfers whatever oral bacteria she's cultivating, while receiving samples from his skin that carry genetic material from every previous person who's participated in similar social customs. The hand-kissing tradition creates bacterial exchange networks that connect every social gathering in an elaborate web of pathogen distribution that medieval etiquette treats as refined behavior rather than community disease transmission protocols. Quirky tidbit alert: some medieval physicians recommended deliberate exposure to gentle diseases as protection against more serious infections, creating early immunization theories that treated controlled contamination as preventive medicine, though the controlled aspect often proved optimistic when dealing with pathogens that didn't respect medieval understanding of appropriate dosage limitations or timing considerations. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval epidemiologist is explaining that herd immunity means exposing the entire herd to everything simultaneously, and hoping that statistical probability favors the survival of somebody who can later teach basic hygiene to whatever civilization emerges from the biological chaos. The evening's entertainment includes shared wine goblets that circulate like communion cups, carrying samples from every mouth that's touched the rim, creating liquid networks that distribute oral bacteria, viral particles, and the occasional parasitic egg to guests who consider communal drinking a gesture of trust and friendship rather than participation in biological warfare conducted through expensive metalware and aged vintages. Margot reveals her disease management strategy. She's developed personal relationships with specific pathogens, learning to recognize early symptoms and accommodate their life cycles while maintaining professional availability that clients expect from women who appear supernaturally healthy despite hosting biological ecosystems that would challenge modern infectious disease specialists. She treats her syphilis like a demanding pet that requires regular feeding and occasional veterinary attention from barber surgeons who understand negotiation better than elimination. The nobleman demonstrates medieval hospitality by sharing his personal eating knife with each courtesan, a gesture that transfers whatever oral bacteria he's collected during dinner while adding their contributions to his blade's bacterial collection that will later be shared with his wife, servants, and any guests who participate in similar utensil-sharing customs that treat cutlery contamination as social bonding rather than disease transmission facilitation. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood disease transmission through shared objects or simply accepted illness as divine punishment combined with astrological influences, but contemporary medical texts describe courtly fever, noble rot, and various aristocratic ailments with symptoms that suggest that wealthy social circles functioned as premium disease exchange programs with better food service than peasant contamination networks. Your courtesan friend begins her seduction routine, unaware that her lead-whitened skin is slowly leaching toxic metals into any flesh that comes into contact with her cosmetically enhanced complexion. Her breath carries traces of mercury vapor from dental treatments, while her perspiration includes samples of every pathogen she's collected during her career of intimate contact with clients who've traveled extensively throughout plague-infested Europe collecting bacterial souvenirs. The plague bacteria dormant in her lymph nodes represent her most dangerous passengers, microscopic time bombs that could transform her from beautiful courtesan to epidemic patient zero within days if environmental conditions trigger the bacterial awakening that medieval medicine can neither predict nor prevent. She carries enough plague potential to devastate entire city districts, while maintaining the ethereal beauty that makes her irresistible to clients who purchase intimate companionship along with inadvertent biological warfare participation. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval plague survivors developed immunity that made them valuable as caregivers and intimate companions, creating a specialized market for plague-proof courtesans who commanded premium prices for services that included both romantic companionship and reduced risk of client death from bacterial exposure during intimate encounters. The evening progresses as each courtesan mingles with guests who represent walking museums of medieval disease diversity, merchants who've collected pathogens from trade routes spanning continents, nobles who've inherited family diseases along with titles and property, and clergy who've contracted various ailments during pilgrimages to holy sites where spiritual purification apparently involves maximum exposure to biological contamination from other pilgrims seeking divine intervention. One courtesan demonstrates the strategic symptom management technique. She's learned to recognize early signs of various diseases and adjust her client interactions accordingly, scheduling intimate appointments during infection periods when she's most contagious while maintaining the social fiction that her otherworldly beauty represents, divine favor rather than advanced disease management that would impress modern public health officials. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval appointment scheduling apparently required expertise in infectious disease timing that treated optimal contagion periods as peak business opportunities rather than public health emergencies requiring isolation and medical intervention. The nobleman's personal physician appears, carrying a leather satchel filled with medical instruments that have been shared between patients without adequate cleaning, creating surgical tools that function as disease distribution devices disguised as healing implements. He examines several guests for humoral imbalances, while transferring whatever bacterial samples his instruments have collected from previous patients to anyone requiring medical attention during the evening's festivities. Your bathhouse companion reveals her most closely guarded secret. She's developed relationships with other courtesans who specialize in different diseases, creating a professional network that allows them to refer clients based on their specific contamination preferences and immunity statuses. It's disease specialization that treats pathogen diversity as professional qualifications rather than public health hazards requiring immediate medical intervention and social isolation. The feast continues as shared serving spoons distribute samples from every mouth that's tasted the communal dishes, while finger foods provide opportunities for direct contact between contaminated hands and consumable items that will later be eaten by guests who consider elegant dining a sign of sophisticated civilization rather than participation in biological warfare conducted through expensive cuisine and elaborate serving rituals. As midnight approaches, the courtesans prepare for intimate appointments that will create direct contact between their various diseases and clients who purchase romantic companionship along with inadvertent exposure to whatever pathogens medieval hygiene practices have cultivated in their bloodstreams, respiratory systems, and reproductive organs that function as bacterial breeding facilities disguised as erogenous zones. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval intimate encounters had warning labels, they might read, "Caution. Physical contact may result in romantic satisfaction, spiritual transcendence, and approximately 17 different communicable diseases that medical science won't identify for several centuries." The nobleman selects Margot for his evening's entertainment, unaware that her lead-painted beauty conceals syphilis, plague bacteria, tuberculosis, and probably several diseases that won't be named by medical science until the invention of microscopes makes bacterial identification possible for physicians who currently diagnose illness through astrological charts and optimistic guesswork about humoral imbalances. Remember those unwashed undergarments from earlier? They're now hosting bacterial cultures that have been developing for weeks while absorbing samples from every pathogen that medieval hygiene practices have introduced to textile environments that function as biological laboratories, conducting uncontrolled experiments in disease cultivation and distribution through fabric-mediated contamination transfer. As the courtesans disappear into bedchambers, where their ethereal beauty will mask the biological warfare they're conducting through intimate contact with clients who purchase romantic illusions, along with inadvertent participation in medieval Europe's most sophisticated disease transmission networks, you realize that their profession involves more epidemiology than most medieval physicians understand about bacterial distribution patterns and infection management strategies. The mansion's corridors echo with laughter and music that mask the subtle sounds of medieval disease transmission, the gentle coughs, discreet sneezes, and whispered endearments that carry bacterial samples between people who consider their social gathering a celebration of human connection, rather than a laboratory experiment in pathogen distribution that would fascinate modern infectious disease specialists and probably require hazmat protocols for safe observation. The mansion's bedchambers fall silent as intimate encounters conclude, and dawn threatens the horizon with pale fingers that would expose more than medieval society prefers to acknowledge about what happens when ethereal beauty meets basic human biology in enclosed spaces where ventilation consists of prayer and optimistic window placement. But before the courtesans can retreat to their lodgings, they must face perhaps the most terrifying aspect of their profession, preparing food for themselves and their clients using hands that have just participated in activities that medieval hygiene treats as normal social interaction, rather than comprehensive contamination events requiring immediate decontamination protocols that don't exist. Margot glides toward the mansion's kitchen with the serene grace of someone whose recent intimate activities have left her hands coated with enough biological samples to constitute a mobile laboratory specializing in medieval disease research, though she treats her contaminated fingers as perfectly suitable for food preparation duties that will soon involve direct contact with ingredients destined for human consumption. She approaches a wooden cutting board that bears scars from decades of meal preparation, conducted by people who consider hand-washing an optional activity reserved for religious ceremonies, and visits from bishops who might report hygiene violations to higher authorities. "Light breakfast before departure," she announces with the cheerful domesticity of someone whose understanding of food safety operates independently from any knowledge of bacterial transmission, pathogen survival rates, or the basic principle that hands which have recently explored intimate human geography might benefit from soap contact before handling consumable items. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval food preparation routinely involved direct hand contact with ingredients by people whose recent activities included everything from sexual encounters to medical procedures, creating cuisine that functioned as bacterial distribution networks disguised as nutrition delivery systems with occasionally pleasant flavors. Your courtesan friend demonstrates medieval kitchen hygiene. She briefly wipes her hands on her already contaminated chemise, transferring some biological samples to fabric while retaining enough bacterial diversity on her palms to conduct independent research into medieval pathogen cultivation techniques. The gesture creates the appearance of cleanliness through ritualistic hand-to-textile contact while achieving approximately the same sanitary benefit as blessing the ingredients through interpretive dance performances conducted in Latin. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval kitchen manuals recommended that food preparers taste ingredients with their fingers to ensure quality, creating cooking techniques that required extensive manual contact with consumable items while treating taste testing as essential culinary skill rather than bacterial contamination methodology, disguised as professional food preparation requiring years of training and guild certification. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval health inspector is explaining that farm-to-table includes stops at every pair of unwashed hands between the harvest and the dining experience, creating agricultural distribution networks that specialize in comprehensive contamination, rather than simple nutrition delivery. The kitchen space buzzes with activity as other courtesans join the food preparation ritual, each one contributing her personal collection of biological samples to communal cooking projects that treat ingredient contamination as social bonding rather than public health emergencies, requiring immediate intervention by authorities who understand bacterial transmission better than medieval physicians practicing medicine through astrological interpretation and optimistic bloodletting schedules. Margot begins preparing bread dough using hands that have recently participated in intimate activities with a client whose personal hygiene represents decades of medieval bathing philosophy applied with creative interpretation and flexible standards. She kneads flour, water, and yeast while adding samples from her fingernails, palm creases, and the spaces between her fingers where bacterial cultures have been developing since her last encounter with anything resembling cleaning agents or soap products manufactured by people who understand chemistry. The dough receives extensive manual manipulation as each courtesan takes turns working the mixture, creating bread that contains genetic material from multiple sources while developing the kind of complex bacterial diversity that would fascinate microbiologists and probably require laboratory analysis to identify all the organisms contributing to the fermentation process that medieval baking treats as mysterious divine intervention rather than predictable biological chemistry. Historians still argue whether medieval cooks understood that hand contact transferred contamination to food or simply accepted illness as inevitable consequences of eating meals prepared by people whose recent activities might have included medical procedures, intimate encounters, and various other biological interactions that modern food safety regulations would classify as disqualifying contamination events requiring immediate personnel replacement and equipment sterilization. Your bathhouse companion demonstrates vegetable preparation techniques that involve extensive finger contact with produce that will later be consumed raw by people who consider fresh vegetables healthy dietary choices rather than potential vehicles for bacterial transmission conducted through contaminated handling by food preparers whose understanding of hygiene operates independently from any knowledge of pathogen survival rates or infection transmission pathways. The vegetable washing process consists of briefly dipping produce in water that's been used for multiple previous cleaning tasks, creating rinse cycles that redistribute contamination, rather than removing it while adding bacterial samples from whatever items have previously shared the washing vessel. The water achieves the kind of biological complexity that suggests it's evolving into its own ecosystem while functioning as vegetable cleaning solution through medieval optimism rather than scientific methodology. One courtesan reveals her specialty, preparing meat dishes using knives that have been shared between multiple food preparers without adequate cleaning, creating cutting implements that transfer bacterial samples from previous ingredients to current projects, while building flavor profiles that include contributions from every item that's encountered, the blade during extended use periods that medieval kitchen management treats as normal tool utilization rather than contamination distribution protocols. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval kitchen equipment apparently operated on the principle that shared contamination creates complex flavors that individual ingredient purity could never achieve through boring modern approaches like sanitation and bacterial control. The meat preparation continues as raw flesh receives extensive manual handling by multiple cooks whose hands carry samples from their various recent activities, creating protein dishes that contain more biological diversity than medieval physicians understand exists while developing the kind of bacterial richness that would challenge modern food safety inspectors and probably require hazmat protocols for safe consumption. Your courtesan friend demonstrates seasoning techniques that involve direct hand contact with spices, herbs, and salt while transferring whatever substances her fingers have collected during food preparation, activities that treat ingredient contamination as essential flavor development rather than public health hazards requiring immediate cooking, temperature adjustments, and probably divine intervention for successful digestion. The cooking process involves shared utensils that circulate between multiple food preparers, creating stirring spoons and ladles that collect samples from every hand that's touched them, while distributing bacterial contributions to various dishes that medieval cuisine treats as flavor enhancement rather than pathogen distribution networks, disguised as meal preparation, conducted by people who consider cooking a social activity requiring maximum human contact. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval banquets employed food tasters whose job involved sampling dishes prepared by multiple cooks to ensure quality and safety, though the taster's survival rate suggests that medieval food preparation created biological challenges that exceeded most people's immune system capabilities while providing interesting data about bacterial tolerance levels in human digestive systems. As dawn light streams through kitchen windows, the food preparation reaches completion with dishes that represent comprehensive surveys of medieval bacterial diversity collected through extensive manual handling by people whose recent activities have created ideal conditions for pathogen cultivation and distribution through cuisine that treats contamination as seasoning rather than public health emergency requiring immediate medical intervention. The breakfast spread includes bread that's been kneaded by multiple pairs of unwashed hands, vegetables that have been chopped using shared contaminated knives, and meat dishes that have received extensive manual attention from cooks whose fingers carry samples from activities that medieval food safety treats as normal background experience rather than disqualifying contamination events requiring personnel replacement and ingredient disposal. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval cuisine had warning labels, they might read, "Prepared by people whose recent activities include comprehensive biological interaction with other humans. Consume at your own risk and pray to your preferred saint for digestive assistance." The courtesans begin consuming their self-prepared meal, each bite introducing bacterial samples from multiple sources while creating digestive experiences that challenge their immune systems and probably contribute to the general disease burden that medieval life treats as inevitable background atmosphere rather than preventable health hazards requiring basic sanitation protocols and possibly divine intervention for successful survival. The shared eating implements continue their circulation between diners, creating utensil-mediated contamination networks that ensure everyone receives samples from everyone else's oral bacteria, while maintaining the social fiction that communal dining represents friendship and trust, rather than participation in biological warfare conducted through expensive tableware and elaborate serving rituals that maximize pathogen distribution efficiency. As morning progresses, the food preparation area requires cleaning that involves the same contaminated hands and shared cleaning implements that created the original contamination, ensuring that tomorrow's meal preparation will begin with bacterial foundations that today's cooking activities have established through creative approaches to kitchen hygiene that treat contamination as inevitable rather than preventable through basic sanitation protocols. Remember those disease transmission networks from the previous evening? They're now being supplemented by foodborne pathogen distribution systems that connect every person who consumes meals prepared by contaminated hands in kitchens where bacterial control operates through medieval optimism rather than scientific methodology or basic understanding of infection prevention strategies. The courtesans complete their breakfast ritual and prepare for departure, each one carrying in her digestive system samples from every other person who participated in the food preparation and consumption activities that medieval hospitality treats as normal social interaction, rather than comprehensive biological sampling that would fascinate epidemiologists and probably require laboratory analysis for complete pathogen identification. As they glide through the mansion's corridors toward their exit, hands still carrying bacterial samples from food preparation activities, conducted without adequate cleaning between intimate encounters and cooking duties, you realize that medieval cuisine functions as another layer in the complex contamination networks that connect every aspect of their lives through shared biological experiences that treat pathogen distribution as social bonding rather than public health challenges, requiring immediate intervention and possibly divine assistance for successful survival. The morning sun illuminates their departure as they carry within their bodies and on their hands the bacterial legacy of another night's activities, intimate encounters, food preparation, and communal dining that have created biological connections between every person who participated in the evening's entertainment while maintaining the social fiction that medieval hospitality represents civilization rather than sophisticated disease transmission protocols disguised as elegant social interaction. The morning sun climbs higher as the courtesans return to their lodging house, each one glowing with the peculiar radiance that comes from successful professional activities combined with a comprehensive bacterial sampling from multiple sources, but their greatest challenge still awaits, attempting to sleep in conditions that would make medieval warfare seem hygienic by comparison. You follow them through corridors that echo with the sounds of fabric rustling and the subtle percussion of insects relocating between textile neighborhoods, towards sleeping quarters where the concept of clean bedding operates independently from any practical application of laundry, science, or basic understanding of what happens when unwashed humans spend 8 hours marinating in their own biological contributions. Margot approaches her sleeping area, a raised platform covered with what might once have been white linen, but has achieved the kind of beige patina that comes from months of intimate contact with unwashed human bodies, absorbed perfumes, spilled wine, and the countless biological samples that accumulate when bedding functions as archaeological documentation of every person who shared the sleeping surface since the last theoretical encounter with cleaning materials. The sheets move slightly in the morning breeze, not from air circulation, but from the restless activity of residents who have established thriving communities in the fabric fibers where warmth, moisture, and human essence create ideal habitat conditions. Fresh linens, she announces with the kind of optimism that medieval hygiene requires for psychological survival, though fresh represents a concept that's been stretched beyond recognition when applied to bedding that's absorbed enough human secretions to qualify as biological specimens worthy of scientific study by researchers who specialize in textile-based ecosystem development. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval bed linens were luxury items that required extensive manual labor to produce and clean, leading to usage patterns where sheets remained on beds for months or entire seasons, creating sleeping environments that functioned as bacterial cultivation laboratories disguised as comfortable furniture, with decorative embroidery and optimistic thread counts. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the morning bed inspection ritual. She lifts corners of her bedding to assess the population levels of various creatures who've made the linen their permanent residence, checking for new colonies, territorial expansions, and the kind of demographic changes that occur when textile ecosystems achieve biological stability through extended use without adequate cleaning or pest management protocols. The inspection reveals what amounts to a census of medieval bedroom wildlife that would fascinate entomologists and probably require professional intervention by people who understand insect removal better than medieval housekeeping manuals. Quirky tidbit alert: some medieval households employed bed turners, whose job involved rotating mattresses and bedding to distribute wear patterns evenly while encouraging parasite populations to migrate toward less occupied areas, creating professional services that treated pest redistribution as maintenance rather than elimination, while acknowledging that complete cleanliness represented an unrealistic goal that medieval technology couldn't achieve through available cleaning methods. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval bed inspector is explaining that thread count includes the threads that various insects have contributed to the weaving process through their own textile production activities conducted while living full-time in human sleeping materials. The bed preparation continues as each courtesan performs her personal sleeping ritual, which involves careful positioning to avoid disturbing established insect territories while finding areas of bedding that haven't achieved complete biological saturation through previous occupancy by people whose sleeping habits include comprehensive sweating, drooling, and the various other nocturnal activities that human bodies perform automatically while their conscious minds pretend that sleeping is a clean, dignified process rather than 8 hours of biological contribution to textile environments. Margot reveals her sleeping strategy. She's mapped the bacterial geography of her bedding, identifying zones with different contamination levels and rotating her sleeping position to ensure even distribution of her personal biological contributions while avoiding areas where previous night's activities have created conditions that challenge even medieval tolerance for sleeping surface diversity. It's bedroom geography that treats mattress navigation as essential survival skill, requiring extensive local knowledge and probably diplomatic negotiations with established insect populations. The younger courtesans gather around to learn advanced sleeping techniques from women who've survived decades of sharing beds with bacterial cultures, parasitic populations, and whatever mysterious substances accumulate when expensive textiles absorb months of human essence while providing habitat for creatures who consider luxury, bedding premium real estate, with excellent location amenities and reliable food service from human hosts who remain unconscious for convenient feeding periods. Historians still argue whether medieval people understood that unwashed bedding created health hazards or simply accepted illness as inevitable consequences of sleeping in conditions where fabric absorbed and retained biological samples from every person who'd shared the sleeping surface. But contemporary medical texts describe bed fever, linen lung, and various sleeping-related ailments with symptoms that suggest medieval bedrooms functioned as disease incubation facilities, disguised as comfortable furniture with decorative embroidery. Your bathhouse companion demonstrates the strategic undressing technique. She removes only her outer garments while retaining unwashed undergarments that will continue absorbing her nocturnal biological contributions while protecting the bedding from direct contact with skin that's been accumulating samples from intimate encounters, food preparation activities, and the various other professional duties that courtesan work requires for successful client satisfaction and economic survival. The undressing process reveals the complex layering system that medieval fashion uses to create barriers between human bodies and expensive textiles, though the barriers themselves have achieved biological complexity that would fascinate researchers studying textile-based ecosystems while challenging modern understanding of clothing as protective rather than collaborative in terms of bacterial cultivation and pathogen development through fabric-mediated contamination processes. One courtesan reveals her bedtime routine. She applies additional perfume to her unwashed undergarments and hair before sleeping, creating aromatic clouds that supposedly mask the biological complexity developing in her bedding, while adding chemical contributions to sleeping environments that already include samples from every person who's shared the bed, plus whatever creatures have established permanent residence in the mattress materials and fabric coverings. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval aromatherapy apparently operated on the principle that if you add enough flower essences to a biological disaster, it becomes a fragrant biological disaster with improved atmospheric quality and possibly therapeutic benefits for people who can maintain consciousness during exposure. The sleeping arrangements become apparent as multiple courtesans prepare to share beds that have been designed for single occupancy, but medieval economics requires maximum utilization of expensive furniture and bedding materials. The bed sharing creates opportunities for comprehensive biological exchange between sleeping partners who will spend 8 hours in direct contact while unconsciously contributing sweat, breath, and various other nocturnal secretions to shared textile environments. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the communal sleeping etiquette. She identifies her designated sleeping space within bedding that's already occupied by another courtesan whose personal biological signature has been developing in the linen since the previous evening, creating shared sleeping arrangements that treat bed partners as collaborative contributors to textile ecosystem development rather than separate individuals requiring personal space and possibly independent bacterial cultures. The mattresses themselves represent archaeological sites documenting years of human occupation by people whose sleeping habits have created stratified layers of biological contributions that would fascinate historians studying medieval domestic life, while probably requiring professional excavation by people who understand geological dating techniques and possibly divine intervention for safe handling of organic materials that have achieved legendary status through extended human contact. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval mattresses were stuffed with materials that included straw, feathers, and various organic substances that created sleeping surfaces which continued decomposing while supporting human bodies, leading to beds that literally changed shape and composition over time, while developing their own internal chemistry that affected sleep quality and probably contributed to interesting dreams involving unusual aromatic experiences and possibly supernatural encounters with mattress-dwelling spirits. As the courtesans settle into their shared sleeping arrangements, the bedding adjusts to accommodate multiple bodies while releasing clouds of accumulated human essence that tell stories of every person who's contributed to the textile's biological development through extended sleeping contact that medieval hospitality treats as normal domestic arrangement rather than comprehensive biological sampling that would fascinate researchers studying human ecosystem development. The morning light filtering through windows illuminates dust motes that dance like microscopic celebrations of successful bacterial transmission between sleeping surfaces, human bodies, and the air circulation that connects bedroom atmospheres to the broader urban environment, where medieval hygiene practices contribute to community-wide biological networks that treat pathogen distribution as inevitable background atmosphere rather than preventable health hazards. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval bedrooms had environmental impact assessments, they would probably require classification as biological research facilities conducting uncontrolled experiments in human textile ecosystem development, with significant implications for urban air quality and possibly regional disease distribution patterns. The sleeping ritual continues as each courtesan finds her position within shared bedding that's been warmed by previous occupants, whose body heat has created optimal conditions for bacterial growth while establishing temperature zones that encourage parasitic activity and probably contribute to the complex biological relationships that define medieval bedroom ecology as scientific phenomenon rather than simple furniture utilization for rest and recovery purposes. As drowsiness overtakes them, the courtesans begin their descent into sleep that will involve 8 hours of unconscious biological contribution to bedding that's already achieved legendary status in terms of bacterial diversity, parasitic populations, and the kind of chemical complexity that develops when expensive textiles function as habitat for creatures, ranging from microscopic bacteria to visible insects who consider luxury bedding premium accommodation with excellent service and probably improved property values. The bedroom settles into the quiet rhythms of medieval sleep, gentle breathing that distributes respiratory bacteria throughout shared air spaces, unconscious movement that redistributes bedding contamination, and the subtle sounds of textile ecosystems continuing their biological processes while human hosts remain unconscious and therefore unable to interfere with the natural development of bedroom environments that function as collaborative projects between human biology and medieval materials science. Remember those food preparation activities from earlier? The bacterial samples collected during cooking and eating are now being distributed through shared bedding that connects every sleeping courtesan in biological networks that will continue developing throughout the night, while unconscious bodies contribute additional biological materials to textile environments that treat contamination as collaborative ecosystem development rather than hygiene failure requiring immediate cleaning intervention. The morning sun continues its climb as the courtesans drift towards sleep in bedding that represents the culmination of medieval hygiene philosophy, expensive materials that absorb, retain, and cultivate human biological contributions while providing comfortable sleeping surfaces that function as bacterial libraries documenting the personal histories of everyone who's shared the bed through extended intimate contact with textiles that medieval housekeeping treats as permanent installations rather than washable household items. As consciousness fades and medieval sleep begins, the bedroom becomes a laboratory where human biology meets textile science in conditions that would fascinate researchers while probably requiring protective equipment for safe observation of sleeping environments that demonstrate medieval civilization's remarkable ability to create complex biological relationships through creative approaches to domestic hygiene and optimistic faith in human adaptability to challenging atmospheric conditions. The shared bedding exhales warmth and decades of accumulated human essence as the courtesans sink deeper into sleep, but their peaceful slumber occurs in the midst of medieval Paris's most comprehensive biological disaster, a lodging house where the very walls have absorbed enough human secretions to qualify as architectural specimens, worthy of scientific study by researchers who specialize in building-based ecosystem development and possibly divine intervention for safe structural analysis. The wooden beams overhead drip with condensation that's part moisture, part dissolved organic matter, from generations of breathing, sweating humans who've treated the building as permanent habitat rather than temporary accommodation, requiring periodic cleaning and pest management protocols. In the corner where shadows gather like conspirators, planning atmospheric revenge, rats emerge from wall cavities with the confidence of established residents who've negotiated territorial agreements with cockroaches, fleas, and whatever other creatures have claimed ownership stakes in the building's biological infrastructure. These aren't occasional pest visitors conducting brief reconnaissance missions. They're permanent citizens who've established sophisticated social structures, trade routes, and probably municipal governments based on garbage distribution rights and optimal nesting location access throughout the building's complex internal geography. Family heirlooms, Margot murmurs drowsily, referring to a particularly large rat whose descendants have been sharing the lodging house with human occupants for so many generations that both species consider the arrangement traditional cohabitation rather than pest infestation requiring immediate intervention by people who understand rodent removal better than medieval housing management techniques. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval urban buildings were designed with the assumption that rats, cockroaches, and various other creatures would share living spaces with human residents, leading to architectural features like grain storage areas, waste disposal systems, and sleeping arrangements that accommodated mixed species occupancy as normal domestic arrangement rather than public health emergency requiring professional intervention. Your bathhouse companion shifts in her sleep, unconsciously adjusting her position to avoid disturbing a family of mice who've established their nursery in the mattress straw directly beneath her hip, creating sleeping arrangements that require diplomatic negotiations between human comfort needs and rodent territorial rights, while maintaining the social fiction that luxury accommodations don't include complimentary livestock with every room rental and meal service plan. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval building codes actually specified minimum rat population requirements for urban structures, believing that rodent presence indicated adequate food storage and waste management systems that supported diverse biological communities, creating legal frameworks that treated pest infestations as evidence of successful urban planning, rather than hygiene failures requiring immediate correction by authorities who understood building maintenance better than pest control methodologies. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval housing inspector is explaining that pet-friendly accommodations includes pets that nobody invited, nobody feeds intentionally, and nobody can evict without violating established territorial agreements that predate current lease arrangements by several generations. The cockroaches begin their nightly patrol routes, emerging from wall cracks with military precision to conduct reconnaissance missions throughout the sleeping quarters, where they collect samples from food crumbs, spilled wine, and whatever biological materials the human occupants have contributed to floor surfaces that function as all-you-can-eat buffets for insects who consider medieval housekeeping a catering service designed specifically for their dietary preferences and social gathering requirements. These aren't random pest appearances. They're organized expeditions conducted by insects who've mapped every food source, identified optimal travel routes, and established shift schedules that maximize foraging efficiency while minimizing human interference from occupants who've learned to coexist with cockroach populations that consider the building their permanent residence with temporary human guests who occasionally object to sharing kitchen facilities and sleeping spaces. Your courtesan friend dreams peacefully while cockroaches conduct inventory assessments of her personal belongings, checking for food residue, organic materials, and anything else that might qualify as insect nutrition or nesting material in their comprehensive resource management system that treats human possessions as community property available for redistribution according to pest population needs and territorial expansion requirements. Historians still argue whether medieval people accepted pest cohabitation as inevitable urban living conditions or developed elaborate rationalization systems to explain why expensive housing came with complementary biological entertainment that included live performances by creatures who specialized in nocturnal activities, requiring minimal human supervision, and absolutely no admission fees for ongoing shows featuring acrobatic competitions and reproductive education demonstrations. The rat population reaches peak activity levels as established families emerge from their residential areas within the building's structural framework to conduct business meetings, social visits, and what appears to be educational programs designed to teach younger rats about optimal foraging techniques, safe human avoidance strategies, and the complex territorial agreements that govern pest society within the lodging house's sophisticated biological hierarchy. One particularly entrepreneurial rat has established a small business operation involving the redistribution of food scraps between different areas of the building, creating the medieval equivalent of room service that operates independently from human management, while providing nutrition delivery systems that connect every room through rodent-managed distribution networks that treat the building as integrated biological community rather than separate living spaces requiring individual pest control protocols. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval pest management apparently operated on free market principles where rats established their own economic systems based on garbage futures, territorial franchising, and probably some form of currency involving food scraps and optimal nesting location rental agreements. The cockroach expeditions discover fresh opportunities as spilled wine from the evening's activities creates alcohol-based attractions that draw insects from throughout the building's population centers, leading to what can only be described as pest social gatherings that treat human beverage accidents as community celebration, opportunities requiring maximum attendance and probably traditional drinking songs that humans can't hear but definitely contribute to through environmental noise pollution. Your bathhouse companion continues sleeping while hosting what amounts to a pest convention on her bed linens, as various creatures use her sleeping form as a landmark for navigation purposes, while conducting business meetings that probably involve territorial negotiations, resource-sharing agreements, and possibly marriage contracts between different species who've learned to appreciate biological diversity as evolutionary advantage, rather than random infestation requiring divine intervention for successful coexistence. The mice populations emerge from their winter storage areas within the mattress materials to conduct spring inventory assessments, checking food caches that they've established throughout the sleeping furniture while maintaining detailed mental maps of human movement patterns that allow them to optimize their foraging schedules for maximum efficiency and minimum detection by occupants who might object to sharing expensive bedding with rodent families who consider luxury accommodations their hereditary right. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval pest control manuals recommended establishing friendship treaties with established rat populations, providing designated feeding areas and nesting materials in exchange for agreements that rats would limit their territorial expansion and maintain reasonable noise levels during human sleeping periods, creating diplomatic approaches to pest management that treated cohabitation as negotiable rather than warfare requiring military-style elimination campaigns. The building's structural pest community reaches optimal coordination as different species establish collaborative relationships that maximize resource utilization while minimizing territorial conflicts through sophisticated social agreements that would impress modern urban planners if urban planners specialize in interspecies housing arrangements that accommodate diverse biological needs within limited architectural spaces designed for single-species occupancy. The sleeping courtesans provide ambient heat that creates optimal conditions for increased pest activity levels, leading to population booms that transform the lodging house into what amounts to a biological research facility, conducting uncontrolled experiments in multi-species community development, with significant implications for urban ecosystem management and probably regional pest distribution patterns that connect every building in the district through rodent migration networks. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval buildings had environmental impact assessments, they would probably require classification as wildlife preserves that specialize in urban pest conservation while providing educational opportunities for humans interested in learning about biological diversity through immersive cohabitation experiences that don't require wilderness camping or expensive nature guide services. As dawn approaches, the pest populations begin their daily transition from nocturnal activity to daytime dormancy, retreating to residential areas within the building's infrastructure while leaving behind evidence of their nighttime activities that includes fresh droppings, gnaw marks on wooden furniture, and the kind of territorial markings that document successful pest community development through extended cohabitation with human residents who provide involuntary habitat maintenance and food service support. The rats conduct final business meetings before retiring to their sleeping quarters within the wall cavities, where they'll spend daylight hours discussing the night's successful foraging results while planning future expansion projects that might include territorial acquisitions in neighboring buildings and possibly diplomatic relationships with pest populations in other districts who specialize in different types of human cohabitation arrangements. Your courtesan friend stirs in her sleep as the pest activity levels decrease, unconsciously adjusting her sleeping position while remaining unaware that she's been hosting biological community meetings that included representatives from multiple species who've used her bed as neutral territory for conducting interspecies negotiations about resource sharing, territorial boundaries, and collaborative approaches to human cohabitation that treat sleeping humans as landscape features rather than landlords requiring consultation about building usage policies. The cockroaches complete their final reconnaissance missions before seeking shelter in wall cracks where they'll process the night's intelligence gathering results while maintaining detailed databases about human behavioral patterns, food storage locations, and optimal foraging opportunities that inform their strategic planning for future pest operations, requiring coordination between different insect populations and possibly some collaboration with rodent communities who specialize in larger-scale resource acquisition projects. Remember those shared sleeping arrangements from earlier? They're now providing pest populations with comprehensive biological sampling opportunities as multiple human bodies create diverse habitat conditions within single sleeping areas that support increased biological diversity while demonstrating medieval architecture's remarkable ability to accommodate complex ecological relationships between human residents and pest communities who consider the building a collaborative residential project rather than human-dominated territory, requiring pest submission to human management preferences and hygiene standards. As morning light begins filtering through windows where spider populations maintain their territorial claims while conducting daily web maintenance that treats human living spaces as integrated hunting preserves, the lodging house settles into the quiet rhythms of daytime pest dormancy, while human occupants remain unconscious of the complex biological community that shares their living space through established cohabitation agreements that medieval housing management treats as inevitable rather than optional. The building breathes quietly through walls that function as apartment complexes for creatures ranging from microscopic bacteria to visible rodents who've established sophisticated social structures within the architectural framework, creating urban ecosystems that demonstrate medieval civilization's capacity for biological innovation through creative approaches to interspecies housing arrangements that accommodate diverse community needs within shared living spaces designed for maximum occupancy and minimum pest control intervention. The lodging house settles into morning quiet as pest populations retreat to their daytime quarters, but the courtesan's final challenge awaits, a horror so profound that it makes rat cohabitation seem like a minor inconvenience compared to the medieval medical establishment's approach to personal hygiene through spiritual intervention. As consciousness slowly returns to the sleeping women, they must confront what passes for healthcare in their world, a system that treats bathing as potentially lethal, considers dirt a protective barrier against evil vapors, and prescribes therapeutic approaches that would make modern medicine retreat to caves and practice healing through interpretive dance, rather than attempt to rationalize medieval medical theory with anything resembling scientific methodology. Margot awakens with the gradual awareness that her body aches in ways that suggest overnight biological negotiations between her immune system and the various pathogens she's collected during recent professional activities. But instead of seeking medical attention that might involve actual cleaning, she reaches for a leather-bound manuscript that contains the collected wisdom of medieval physicians who've achieved legendary status through their ability to make patients worse while maintaining absolute confidence in treatments that defy both logic and basic human survival instincts. Morning purification, she announces, opening the medical text to reveal illuminated pages describing therapeutic approaches that treat water contact as potentially fatal, while recommending dirt applications as essential health maintenance for people who want to achieve optimal spiritual and physical well-being through creative avoidance of anything resembling hygiene. Mainstream fact incoming. Medieval medical theory held that excessive cleanliness removed the body's natural protective layers, making people vulnerable to disease-carrying vapors that could only be repelled by maintaining adequate dirt coverage and avoiding water contact that might wash away essential biological barriers that God had provided for human protection against environmental hazards. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the morning health assessment ritual. She examines her unwashed skin for signs that overnight pest activities have created medical conditions requiring intervention by physicians who specialize in treatments that avoid water while maximizing patient exposure to substances that modern medicine would classify as controlled toxins, requiring hazmat protocols for safe handling by people wearing protective equipment and maintaining safe distances from treatment areas. Quirky tidbit alert. Some medieval medical schools taught that bathing during certain astrological periods could cause immediate death by allowing evil spirits to enter the body through water-softened pores, creating academic curricula that treated hygiene as advanced theological study, requiring extensive prayer preparation and possibly divine intervention for successful survival of cleaning activities that challenged established medical doctrine about optimal human maintenance strategies. Joke Interlude 1. Somewhere, a medieval medical student is explaining that preventive medicine means preventing patients from encountering anything that medieval physicians don't understand, which apparently includes most of reality plus several theoretical concepts that haven't been invented yet. The medical consultation begins as a local physician arrives, carrying a leather satchel filled with instruments that have achieved legendary status through their ability to spread disease more efficiently than they cure it, each tool representing decades of patient contact without adequate cleaning, while accumulating biological samples from every person who's received medical attention from practitioners who consider instrument sterilization a theoretical concept that interferes with the natural healing processes that medieval medicine promotes through creative contamination management. The physician examines Margot's complexion with professional interest, noting that her lead-based cosmetics have created skin conditions that require immediate treatment through applications of mercury, arsenic, and various other substances that promise miraculous healing while delivering toxic effects that will manifest as mysterious illnesses, requiring additional medical intervention by practitioners who understand symptom management better than cause identification or prevention strategies. Excessive cleanliness, he diagnoses with the authority of someone whose medical training involved memorizing ancient texts rather than observing actual patient outcomes, prescribing increased dirt exposure and deliberate avoidance of water contact as essential therapy for maintaining the kind of spiritual and physical balance that medieval medicine considers optimal for people who want to achieve longevity through creative approaches to personal hygiene that treat contamination as therapeutic rather than pathological. Historians still argue whether medieval physicians genuinely believed that dirt provided health benefits or simply rationalized their inability to provide effective treatments through elaborate theoretical frameworks that made hygiene avoidance seem like sophisticated medical intervention, rather than systematic patient endangerment disguised as professional healthcare, with religious overtones and considerable financial benefits for practitioners who charge premium fees for therapeutic neglect. Your bathhouse companion receives her medical examination, which involves the physician pressing contaminated instruments against her skin while transferring whatever bacterial samples his tools have collected from previous patients to her already compromised immune system, creating treatment sessions that function as disease distribution networks disguised as healthcare delivery systems with professional medical supervision and official church approval for therapeutic methodologies. The physician reveals his treatment philosophy. He believes that human bodies achieve optimal health through controlled exposure to beneficial dirt, deliberate contamination with therapeutic substances, and complete avoidance of water contact that might interfere with the natural biological processes that God designed for human maintenance, through creative collaboration between divine intervention and medieval medical innovation that treats patient survival as secondary to theoretical purity. One courtesan demonstrates the prescribed therapy. She applies fresh dirt to areas of her skin that show signs of accidental cleanliness, creating therapeutic mud masks that supposedly draw out evil vapors, while replacing them with beneficial earth essences that promote spiritual and physical well-being through direct contact between human flesh and consecrated soil that has been blessed by priests who understand theological approaches to dermatology. Joke Interlude 2. Medieval dermatology apparently operated on the principle that if God made dirt, then dirt must be good for people, leading to skincare routines that treated gardening as advanced medical treatment requiring professional supervision and possibly divine guidance for optimal therapeutic results. The medical treatment continues as each courtesan receives prescriptions for therapeutic dirt applications, water avoidance protocols, and deliberate contamination schedules designed to maintain optimal biological balance through controlled exposure to substances that modern medicine would classify as infectious agents, requiring immediate elimination rather than therapeutic cultivation for health maintenance purposes that medieval physicians promote through patient education programs and mandatory compliance monitoring. The physician demonstrates proper dirt application techniques, showing how therapeutic soil should be massaged into skin while avoiding water contact that might wash away beneficial contaminants before they've had adequate time to provide healing effects through direct absorption into human tissue that medieval medical theory treats as permeable membrane designed for selective contamination by substances that promote spiritual purification and physical improvement. Your courtesan friend reveals her personal medical routine. She's developed relationships with specific dirt sources that provide optimal therapeutic benefits, including soil from cemetery grounds that's been consecrated through contact with deceased holy persons, garden dirt that's been blessed by local priests, and street mud that's been enriched through contact with urban organic matter that supposedly provides complex healing properties unavailable through single-source contamination. Quirky tidbit number 2. Some medieval medical texts included recipes for therapeutic mud that combined blessed soil with holy water, creating paste applications that promised spiritual purification and physical healing through topical treatments that required extensive prayer preparation and possibly divine intervention for successful therapeutic outcomes that exceeded normal medical expectations for patient improvement rates. The treatment session expands as the physician prescribes specific avoidance protocols designed to prevent accidental cleanliness that might interfere with ongoing therapeutic contamination, including detailed instructions for avoiding water contact, preventing soap exposure, and maintaining adequate dirt coverage through daily applications that ensure continuous protection against evil vapors that medieval medicine believes cause most human ailments through supernatural contamination rather than bacterial infection. The medical consultation concludes with prescriptions for enhanced pest cohabitation as therapeutic necessity, with the physician explaining that rats, cockroaches, and various other creatures provide beneficial biological services that support human health through controlled contamination and atmospheric improvement that medieval medical theory considers essential for optimal spiritual and physical well-being that can't be achieved through cleanliness or modern approaches to personal hygiene. Joke Interlude 3. If medieval medical licenses had specialization categories, they would probably include therapeutic neglect, advanced contamination management, and professional disease distribution with religious certification and optional prayer services. As the medical session ends, the courtesans receive final instructions for maintaining their prescribed contamination levels while avoiding accidental hygiene that might interfere with ongoing therapeutic processes, creating healthcare management systems that treat cleanliness as medical emergency, requiring immediate intervention by practitioners who understand contamination better than cure and consider patient survival secondary to theoretical compliance with established medical doctrine. The physician departs carrying his contaminated instruments toward his next patients, creating disease distribution networks that connect every person who receives medical attention in biological chains that medieval healthcare treats as therapeutic community building rather than systematic pathogen transmission, requiring public health intervention and possibly divine assistance for successful epidemic prevention. Remember those sleeping arrangements from earlier? They're now classified as therapeutic environments that provide optimal conditions for beneficial contamination through controlled exposure to pest populations and biological diversity that medieval medicine considers essential for human health, maintenance through collaborative ecosystem development that treats hygiene as harmful interference with natural healing processes. As morning progresses, the courtesans prepare for another day of professional activities while maintaining their prescribed dirt coverage and contamination levels, each one glowing with the peculiar radiance that comes from medical compliance, with therapeutic neglect protocols that treat their unwashed beauty as evidence of optimal health achieved through creative avoidance of anything resembling modern medical understanding or basic sanitation principles. The lodging house fills with morning light that illuminates dust motes dancing like microscopic celebrations of successful medical treatment through systematic hygiene avoidance, while the courtesans begin their daily routines confident that their prescribed contamination provides divine protection against the evil vapors that medieval medicine believes threaten anyone foolish enough to pursue cleanliness without adequate professional supervision and theological guidance. As they glide through corridors toward another day of beauty, seduction, and comprehensive biological sampling, you realize that medieval healthcare has transformed hygiene avoidance into medical art form that treats contamination as therapy, while maintaining absolute confidence that dirt provides better protection than soap. A medical philosophy that makes their other hygiene disasters seem like minor inconveniences compared to systematic healthcare that actively promotes disease through professional therapeutic neglect, disguised as advanced medical treatment with religious approval and considerable fees for services that modern medicine would classify as organized patient endangerment, requiring immediate intervention by authorities who understand healing better than medieval physicians practicing therapeutic contamination. The morning light grows stronger as the courtesans prepare for another day of professional activities, their prescribed dirt coverage glistening like jeweled armor against the evil vapors that medieval medicine promises will destroy anyone foolish enough to pursue actual cleanliness. But as you follow them through their final preparations, the full scope of their hygiene catastrophe crystallizes into something approaching tragic poetry. These women have created a lifestyle so comprehensively contaminated that it represents humanity's most spectacular achievement in creative biological disaster management, a living testament to what happens when an entire civilization decides that cleanliness threatens the soul, while filth nurtures the spirit. Margot applies her final layer of therapeutic dirt with the reverence of someone performing sacred ritual, her lead-painted face now crowned with consecrated mud that transforms her from ethereal courtesan into what medieval art will later depict as divine beauty touched by earthly wisdom. She represents the culmination of every hygiene horror you've witnessed, bloodletting wounds still seeping into unwashed undergarments, bare grease hair hosting generations of lice families, feet sealed in leather boots that haven't seen daylight since the harvest season, all topped with medical dirt prescribed by physicians who consider contamination the highest form of healthcare. "Perfect," she whispers, admiring her reflection in a bronze mirror that shows her transformation from human woman into biological artwork that would fascinate anthropologists and probably require hazmat protocols for safe scholarly examination. Mainstream fact final. Medieval hygiene philosophy represented humanity's most successful attempt to create lifestyle practices that maximize disease transmission while maintaining social sophistication, achieving contamination levels that modern science struggles to replicate, even under controlled laboratory conditions designed specifically for pathogen cultivation research. Your courtesan friend demonstrates the morning confidence ritual. She arranges her flea-inhabited silk gown over unwashed linen that's marinating in months of accumulated essence, adjusts her lice-populated hair into architectural arrangements held together by rendered animal fat, and applies final touches of lead-based cosmetics that promise otherworldly beauty while delivering neurological damage with the reliability of sunrise. She glows with the peculiar radiance that comes from comprehensive toxicity, combined with absolute confidence in her devastating attractiveness. The younger courtesans gather for final inspection, each one representing a masterpiece of medieval hygiene philosophy applied with creative enthusiasm and flexible standards. They've achieved biological complexity that would challenge modern medicine's understanding of human survival limits, while maintaining the kind of ethereal beauty that inspires poetry, religious art, and probably several new categories of scientific research requiring international cooperation and divine intervention for successful completion. As they prepare to depart for their daily appointments, you realize that these women have transcended simple hygiene failure to achieve something approaching biological artistry. They've created lifestyle practices that treat contamination as collaborative performance between human creativity and microbial innovation, developing personal ecosystems that demonstrate humanity's remarkable capacity for adaptation to conditions that would challenge extremophile bacteria and probably qualify as uninhabitable by most definitions of livable environments. Their beauty radiates through layers of controlled contamination like starlight filtering through atmospheric pollution, somehow more luminous for the obstacles it overcomes, more precious for its improbability. they've proven that human attraction operates independently from sanitation, that desire transcends hygiene, and that love finds ways to bloom even in biological conditions that resemble controlled science experiments designed to test the limits of what human bodies can endure while maintaining social function. The flea-inhabited gowns rustle like whispered secrets as the courtesans glide toward the door, their bear-grease hair catching morning light like liquid amber, their lead-painted faces glowing with toxic luminescence that suggests divine favor rather than chemical accumulation. They move through their contaminated world with serene confidence, beautiful as fallen angels who've made peace with earthly conditions that challenge both heavenly standards and basic survival instincts. Remember that communal bathwater from days ago? It represents just one note in the symphony of contamination that defines their existence, a lifestyle that treats every surface, every breath, every touch as opportunity for biological exchange that connects them to medieval Paris through networks of shared contamination that make them part of something larger than individual hygiene, part of urban ecosystem that embraces human participation in biological processes that modern civilization tries desperately to avoid. As they reach the threshold between their lodging house and the morning streets, each courtesan pauses for one final adjustment, smoothing silk over unwashed linen, tucking lice-inhabited hair beneath veils that provide theatrical mystery, while concealing biological reality, checking that their lead-painted complexions maintain the ethereal perfection that clients purchase along with intimate companionship and inadvertent participation in medieval Europe's most sophisticated disease transmission networks. The door opens onto streets where morning vendors arrange fresh bread beside drainage channels carrying night soil, where merchants display clean fabrics next to stalls selling cosmetics made from toxic metals, where the entire city participates in the beautiful contradiction that defines medieval urban life, the pursuit of sophistication through practices that modern understanding recognizes as systematic public health disasters disguised as cultural achievement and artistic expression. Your courtesan friends step into this morning world, carrying with them all the horrors and beauties you've witnessed, the communal baths that created liquid archaeology, the lead cosmetics that painted death onto living faces, the unwashed undergarments that documented months of human reality in textile form, the shared eating implements that distributed biological samples through social ritual, the menstrual management systems that solved intimate challenges through creative engineering, the sealed boots that created portable swamps disguised as footwear, the pest cohabitation that treated rats as roommates rather than invaders, and the medical philosophy that prescribed contamination as therapy. They dissolve into the crowd of medieval Parisians like drops of concentrated essence, returning to the larger solution of urban contamination, each one contributing her personal biological signature to the atmospheric complexity that defines city life when hygiene operates as performance art rather than health practice, when beauty transcends sanitation, and when human attraction proves more powerful than bacterial logic. The morning sun climbs higher over a city where every breath carries samples from every resident, where every surface tells stories of human contact unmediated by soap or sanitation, where every social interaction creates opportunities for biological exchange that connects strangers through networks of shared contamination that medieval civilization treats as community building rather than public health emergency requiring immediate intervention by authorities who understand disease prevention better than cultural preservation. As the courtesans disappear into this biological tapestry, their individual hygiene disasters blending seamlessly with the urban contamination that medieval Paris accepts as normal atmospheric conditions, you understand that you've witnessed something beyond simple uncleanliness. You've seen humanity's capacity to create beauty under conditions that challenge basic survival, to maintain dignity while hosting biological ecosystems, to pursue love and art and human connection, despite circumstances that would send modern civilization retreating to underground bunkers with industrial air filtration systems. Their legacy floats through medieval air like perfume mixed with possibility, the knowledge that human beauty transcends sanitation, that attraction operates independently from hygiene, and that love finds ways to flourish, even in biological conditions that resemble controlled experiments in the limits of what human bodies can endure, while maintaining the social functions that define civilization as something more than mere survival. The morning breeze carries their collective aromatic signature through narrow streets where it mingles with smoke from cooking fires, incense from church services, and the thousand other scents that create medieval urban atmosphere. Complex, challenging, somehow beautiful in its absolute rejection of everything modern hygiene considers essential for human dignity and basic survival. And in that morning air, thick with biological complexity and human persistence, their story continues, not as cautionary tale about hygiene failure, but as testament to humanity's remarkable ability to create beauty, maintain love, and pursue happiness under conditions that would challenge the survival strategies of organisms specifically designed for extreme environments and probably requiring divine intervention for successful adaptation. Sleep now, knowing that human beauty transcends circumstances, that love conquers contamination, and that somewhere in history's vast biological tapestry, these women prove that dignity, attraction, and joy operate according to laws more mysterious than sanitation, more powerful than hygiene, and more enduring than all our modern understanding of what human life requires for true flourishing. Let their impossible beauty carry you toward dreams where contamination becomes constellation, where biological complexity transforms into stardust, and where the morning sun rises over worlds where love needs nothing more than human hearts brave enough to beat, regardless of the conditions that surround them. The courtesans fade into medieval morning, like beautiful secrets dissolving into daylight, leaving you standing at the threshold between their world and the vast quiet that follows all extraordinary stories. Your breathing slows, deeper now, as if the morning air itself wants to wrap it around you like the softest linen, clean and warm and infinitely gentle. Let the harsh edges of their reality soften now, the way candlelight blurs at the edges when your eyelids grow heavy, their struggles with lice and lead paint, their creative solutions to impossible hygiene challenges, their brave pursuit of beauty under conditions that would defeat lesser spirits. Let all of this transform now into something dreamlike, something that whispers rather than shouts, something that cradles rather than startles. You drift backward through time, away from chamber pots and bear grease, away from communal baths and shared spoons, back toward the gentle realm where history becomes lullaby, where even the most challenging human experiences dissolve into the universal story of people doing their best with what they had, finding ways to love and laugh and create meaning despite circumstances that tested every limit of endurance and imagination. The flea-inhabited gowns become silk that shimmers like moonlight on water. The lead-painted faces become pale stars reflecting ancient light. The unwashed hair transforms into spun gold, catching sunset fire. And their brave, contaminated hearts become the eternal human heartbeat that connects every person who's ever tried to make beauty from chaos, dignity from difficulty, love from the raw materials of an imperfect world. Feel your own heartbeat now, steady and sure, carrying you away from medieval Paris on currents of warm blood that needs no lead paint to make it precious, no bear grease to make it shine, no therapeutic dirt to make it holy. Your heart beats clean rhythms that echo through centuries, connecting you backward to those brave courtesans and forward to dreams that wash everything in light soft as morning mist, gentle as rain on roses. The lodging house becomes a distant castle now, its pest populations transformed into fairy tale creatures who guard sleeping beauty with benevolent magic. The contaminated bedding becomes clouds that support you as you float toward rest. The biological disasters become distant thunder, rumbling so far away it sounds like lullabies sung by angels who understand that every human story, no matter how challenging, contains seeds of grace waiting for the right light to bloom. Your eyelids grow heavier as the weight of centuries lifts from your shoulders, as the complexities of medieval hygiene simplify into the basic truth that people have always found ways to care for each other, to create beauty, to survive and even thrive under conditions that would seem impossible if love weren't stronger than logistics, if hope weren't more persistent than hardship. Sleep comes now like absolution, washing away the grit and grime of historical accuracy, leaving only the luminous truth that humanity endures, that beauty finds a way, that love writes itself into existence using whatever materials history provides, whether lead paint or morning light, whether bear grease or stardust, whether contaminated baths or dreams clean as first snow. The courtesans' voices fade to whispers now, their stories becoming the kind of gentle mythology that accompanies perfect sleep, tales of brave women who made impossible choices with impossible grace, who created light in darkness, who proved that the human spirit shines brightest not when circumstances are perfect, but when perfection seems furthest away and hope requires the most courage to maintain. Rest now in the knowledge that their story is everyone's story, the eternal human adventure of making meaning from chaos, beauty from challenge, love from the raw materials that each age provides its people. They sleep now too, these long-dead courtesans, their struggles transformed by time into wisdom, their contamination washed clean by centuries, their beauty preserved in the eternal realm where all human stories eventually find their perfect ending. Let the last of the medieval world dissolve into dreams now. Let morning become eternal. Let their impossible beauty carry you towards sleep so deep and clean and restful that you wake tomorrow, knowing something new about courage, something precious about grace, something essential about the human heart's capacity to create light even in the darkest ages of the world. The chamber pots become fountains of starlight. The lice become fireflies dancing. The lead paint becomes silver moon glow, and you float away on currents of the purest sleep, carrying with you the knowledge that beauty transcends circumstances, that love conquers conditions, and that the human story is always, ultimately, a love story written in the bravest possible handwriting across the manuscript of time. Sleep, dear dreamer. Sleep and dream of clean water and fresh air and all the simple miracles we take for granted. Sleep and let history's lessons settle into wisdom. Sleep and wake tomorrow a little braver, a little kinder, a little more aware of the extraordinary courage required for ordinary human life in any age, in any circumstances, under any conditions that test the limits of what hearts can bear and still keep beating. Sweet dream.